the third time today. Hopefully you can hear us. Hopefully we've got sound. Yeah, got the thumbs up from behind us in the analysis shed. So, hello, good morning, eventually. Welcome to the Emirates Riverside for today's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match between the Northern Diamonds and the Thunder. Got another thumbs up. All good to go. Thumbs up all round from everyone. Laura Jackson bowling from the Finkel end. Swing the ball in quite some margin as well. Kind of just getting a bit of bat on that, but it was going down the leg side. If it did hit her on the pads. Diamonds currently 27-1, part way through the 7th over. Apologies if you can hear some of the glass being chucked away from behind us. Jackson in right arm over to Callis, who drives exquisitely through the offside. Goes through the vacant extra cover region. Second boundary for Stair Callis, takes her to 12 not out, which is 13 balls, good strike so far, 92.3. Takes the Diamonds to 31 for 1. As I said earlier, well, I don't know if you were able to hear me earlier on, but lost the wicket of Captain Holly Armitage for just 7. I still can't get my laptop to turn on. Jackson past the umpire, bowls once again to Callis, forward in defence. Ball goes out to fielder at point, and there's no run. Again, mentioned earlier, not sure if you could hear me then either. Couple changes for the Diamonds. Amy Campbell and Rachael Hopkins come in. Hopkins currently 3 not out, opening the batting. In place of Lauren Winfield-Hill, gone off to do her England duties. Jackson in again to Callis, looks to drive. It's like off the face of the bat, goes out to point yet again. Have a change coming in place of Jenny Gunn, who got injured in the last game just a couple of days ago against the Storm. Just bowled the 1 over. Just pulled up. Runner going into the second over. Jackson into Callis, beats the outside edge of the battle. Was it the outside edge? Jackson getting this ball to move. It was the outside edge. And he just missed the stumps as well. So 7 overs gone. Here at a very cloudy Riverside ground. Easily the the coldest day I've been to up here. Got the floodlights on as well, just to make sure visibility is all good. Stair Callis 12 not out. Rachael Hopkins on 3, yet to properly get going. Rachael Hopkins. Fear my laptop's run out of battery, so that's not a good start for me. Hasn't been a good start technically all round, really. We've got Alice Dyson bowling her 4th over from the Lumley end into Hopkins, who drives to straight, but straight to Alex Hartley at mid-off. She won the toss, put the Diamonds into bat. Let's go through the lineups for both sides. So the home side, the Diamonds line up with Holly Armitage as captain Stair Callis, Rachael Hopkins, Leah Dobson, Bess Heath, Beth Langston. Dyson in against Hopkins, edge off the bat and goes down to deep field. They'll go through 4 as single. Takes Hopkins on to 4. The Diamonds 32, sorry, rather, for the loss of just the 1 wicket. Callis back on strike, 12 not out. Thunder's 13th, top of 13 players just making their way on the boundary. Back in defence, Callis goes. We see an air display go off over Lumley Castle. It's coming towards us over the ground. I don't know if we've got this on the stream, but some sort of airship. Is it the Red Arrows? Vaguely red to me. Well, not often you see that at a domestic game. Must fly over. Probably hear that on the microphone as well, as play has stopped. The planes fly over well. What a sight that is. They're 9 in formation, then 1 keeping them all in check from behind, but we're ready to go again. Dyson into Callis, forward in defence. Ball goes out into the offside. Stair Callis, 151 runs across her 5 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches, average of 37.75. Dyson in again to Callis, left alone outside the off stump, signalled wide by umpire Joanne Ibbotson. Hassan Adnan at the other end, the Finkel end. Got Rachael up to the stump. It's got sort of almost fly slip, if you like, sort of gully. Not quite sure who that is at the moment. Dyson into Callis, slightly fuller. Callis drives back past the bowler, only finds mid on. Another dot ball. Callis 12 off 19, just one ball left in the 8th over. 1 for 11 so far for Alice Dyson. So we've got a gully, deep third, point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and deep fine leg. Dyson into Callis, back in defence. Just plays this one back up to Dyson, and that is the end of the 8th over. Diamond's 33 for one at a chilly, I think it's fair to say, Riverside ground in Chester Street. Tickets are still available. Tickets available on the gates. Adults £5, juniors £1. So if you are one of the few people not taking part in the Great North Run today, then do get yourself over. Just a short walk from Chester Street train station. Get a bus to the ground as well. It's the 21 from either Durham or Newcastle. Just a 10-minute walk from town centre, if that. Because if you don't get the tickets, then you have to listen to me for the rest of the day. Well, some of you might find that's a good thing, some of you might not think so. Got Laura Jackson continuing from the Finkel end of the ground. Bowling right arm over, swinging this ball in quite some way. Bowls to Hopkins, hit on the pad. Ball dribbles out to a sort of a short leg fielder would be. Easily going down the leg side. There's no run. Hopkins still yet to really get going. 4 not out off 16 balls, so taking her time, but the thing about 50 over cricket is you do have quite a lot of time. When the ball's moving around like Jackson's got it going, it isn't easy. Jackson in again to Hopkins, wrapped on the pad. Peel and given not out by umpire Adnan. Just have a look back on the stream, see what that ball was doing. Going down leg side. Fancy with the angle of Jackson, yeah, hits in front of sort of leg stump-ish. Ball going down the leg side. Jackson running in again from the Finkel end, bowls to Hopkins, forward in defence. Looks solid so far. Rachael Hopkins yet to sort of push on, but yeah, as I said, plenty of time in 50 over cricket. 2 overs left, or 1.5 overs left of the first power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside that 25-yard circle. Those white discs you can see on your screen. Deep fine leg and deep third plays both behind square. Elsewhere I've got point, cover and extra cover very close together. I'm sort of leaving extra cover open. There's something going on with the ball, some sort of sanitizer thing. Not quite sure what's happened there. Wind just picks up a little bit more. It's pretty chilly here in Durham. Pretty much everyone wearing jackets, only the players are. Jackson past the umpire, bowls to Hopkins, attempt to appeal for caught behind down the leg side by Rachael, not given by Adnan. Not sure Hopkins got anything on that, just have another look at it. No, I don't think so, just the movement of Jackson shaping things down the leg side. Jackson in again from the Finkel end, bowls to Hopkins. Hopkins drives. It's into the pitch. Sorry, back to Jackson. There's no run. Different position today. I'm right in front of the Paul Collingwood Pavilion, it says, on my right, sign to my right. In front of where Luke, the analyst, is based, just behind me. Jackson into Hopkins left alone outside the off stump. And a maiden over, the first maiden of the day by Laura Jackson. 0 for 20 off 5 her figure so far. A decent start. Like to have one in that wickets column. A fairly even start so far. 33 for 1 is the score after 9 overs, so 1 over left in the power play. Jackson makes her way back down to her spot at deep fine leg. That's all right, don't forget. Alice Dyson then to continue from Delivery. Not sure if you heard that. Someone's just joking about sandpaper. Dyson into Callis. Callis drives, finds extra cover, beats extra cover in fact. Or runs away towards the eastern side of the ground towards Lumley Castle and goes away for 4. Callis, third boundary I think. On to 16 not out off just 21 balls. Moves the Diamonds to 37 for 1. Just slightly over pitch from Dyson. Bowled very tidily so far, 115. Struggling to find the ball. It ran under one of the covers. Hopefully the ball isn't too wet. It's been rolled back to Dyson. Get a little bit of a shine. Should be ready to go again. We are. Dyson begins a run from the Lumley end. Right arm over the wicket to kind of slightly shorter, but kind of forward in defence. Back up the track to Dyson, who fields off her own bowling. Slight away movement from Dyson with the angle. Bit of a slinging action. Controlling this ball quite nicely at the moment. Past the umpire again. Dyson to Callis. Defends into the offside. Point fields. Another dot ball to the scorecard. Just having a look for figures elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Central Sparks batting first over at Worcester, currently 37 for none after 5 overs against the South East Stars. Dyson Callis down the leg side, he's got a thin edge on this. This ball could run away for 4. Jackson's chasing after it, puts in the dive but doesn't quite get there. The ball just trickles over the boundary rope down towards the media centre at the Finkel end, and another boundary for Stan Callis. She moves to 20. Diamonds on to 41 for 1. That's 4th boundary for Callis. Said earlier, doing pretty well so far. The Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, average of just under 40. Dyson in again to Callis, defends into the offside. Once again, that fielder at point does the work, chucks it round. Landfield, go round in a circle. Ball makes its way to Hartley, the captain. Not a lot of work being done on this ball by any of the fielders. I wanted to shine it. Leaving that for Dyson herself to do. Running in again from the Lumley end. Bowls to Callis. Shorter and Callis cuts. Beats the dive of Gully. The ball will race away to the deep third boundary in front of Durham University. Advertising sheet across that stand. And another boundary, 5th boundary for Callis. She moves to 24. Diamonds just 5 runs short of their half century there. 45 for 1. It's the end of the power play. 10 overs gone here at the Riverside. The end of the power play. 4 fielders now allowed outside. 25-yard circle for the remainder of the innings. Jackson figures of 0 for 20 per 5 overs. 1 maiden in that as well. Dyson 1 for 23. It's like a little bit more expensive, but to get the breakthrough of the captain, Ollie Armitage, who made a superb 68 not out just a couple of days ago against the Western Storm. Bowled the Storm out for 183 and chased it down within 30 overs. It was well within inside 30 overs as well, I think. which is the standout of that inning. So first half century rather of 2021. Roy Jackson to continue from Finland. Bowls to Rachael Hopkins. Hopkins drives, but straight to Georgie Boyce there at extra cover. I'll have another look at scores elsewhere around the grounds. The Storm are 38 for 1 in the 11th over against Lightning. 39 for 1 now. Jackson to Hopkins slightly over pitch. Hopkins drives square. Straight to Laura Marshall. That sort of a covered point, that one. Fairly square for a cover. She's got backward points as well in Natalie Brown. Georgie Boyce at sort of a cover, and then Emma Lamb in a very short extra cover. Jackson in again to Hopkins, who drives. Again, can't quite get out to the middle of the bat. Goes out to Lamb at that short extra cover position. Another dot ball. 3 dot balls so far from Jackson, holding very tidily. Ready to go again from Finland. Past the umpire now. Jackson bowls to Hopkins. Forward in defence she comes. Applause from someone over to our left, probably one of the Thunder staff. Decent crowd in so far, just gone 11 o'clock in the morning. Probably 50 to 100 people here already. So if you do have some time to get yourself over to the Riverside ground, £5 for adults, £1 for juniors. Jackson to Hopkins, over pitch and drives square, beats the dive of point, beats backward point well. All races away across the outfield towards the health centre here at the Riverside. Hopkins gets her first boundary, takes her on to 8. And the Diamonds 49 for 1. Hopkins has just been looking for that drive. Played a few of them. Fielder now goes out onto that sort of cover, sort of square cover if you like, boundary. Hopkins now 8 of 26 balls. Jackson running in, bowls to Hopkins, who defends out to points, and sort of a slight look at each other from backward point. Brown and Boyce at sort of a forward point. That brings up the 50 for the Diamonds. 50 after 11 overs, just 40 minutes of batting. Warm applause from teammates here in the pavilion. A few cheers as well from the crowd. There's a few situated over to our left in the Dom Robson Pavilion. Group of people there. School trip, who knows? Even though it is a Sunday. Good to see them here. Make some noise for the players. And have our first change of bowling will be Natalie Brown to take over from Alice Dyson from the Lumley end. Natalie Brown, an all-rounder. Right arm, medium pace. Rachael up to the stumps again. So I think that's Emma Lamb warming up. Or Georgie Boyce, one of them, warming up at cover. Brown to bowl her first ball to Hopkins. Hopkins defends into the offside. Goes out to Lamb at short extra cover. Natalie Brown yet to take a wicket in this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition. Just the second time she's bowled in 5 games that she's played. Right time over to Hopkins. Hopkins clips this one into the onside. Applause from Diamonds players and staff. Another single to Hopkins. One more to the total. 51 for 1. Hopkins into double figures. Natalie Brown, as of start of the season, 104 games, 66 wickets at average of just under 25. That's the most up-to-date stats I have. There aren't too many places where you can find women's domestic cricket stats. Brown into Callis, back in defence. Goes out to Lamb again at short extra cover. Economy of 55.5 and over as well for Brown. I'd like to bring that down just a little bit, just under 5. Runs over. Brown in again to Callis. Callis drives straight and calls Hopkins through for a quick single throw. Goes to Hopkins' end, but easily make it in the end. One more to Callis. 52 for 1 is the score. Deep square leg out for Hopkins. Deep fine leg, deep third as well. Brown into Hopkins. Slightly fuller, almost Yorker length. Hopkins clips this one out to Daisy Mullen, making her Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy debut. Played a few T20s earlier on in the year. First 50 over game for her today. One more to Hopkins. She moves on to 11. The Diamonds 53 for 1. Brown in again from the Lumley end, slightly shorter. Callis defends this one back up to Brown, and that's the end of her first over. Just the 3 runs going off it. 12 overs gone here at the Riverside. The Northern Diamonds at 53 for 1, having been put into bat. And cloudy skies here in the northeast. St George's Cross over at Lumley Castle was blowing around in the wind. It's died down a little bit now. I've got my jacket on today. Haven't usually been beautiful every other time I've been up here. It's a bit chilly today. I'm going to have another bowling change, so as soon as the power play comes out, change of bowling. Hannah Jones from the Finkel end. Left arm spin bowler. Hopkins punches this one out to Lamb. Next recover. Thinks about the run. It's like misfield from Lamb, but it's not there. Hartley doing the work to back her teammates up. Hannah Jones 8 wickets in this year's Heyhoe Flint competition, average of 19. Best of 3 for 33. Hopkins drives through the offside. Good diving stop from Emma Lamb. Hopkins goes through for the quick single, moves her on to 12. The Diamonds 54 for 1 now. Almost beat the dive of Lamb, just another foot or so, and it would have beaten Lamb. Jones left arm round the wicket to Callis. Callis looked to sweep. It's a good take behind the stumps by Rachael. Will be given a wide. Outside wides, of course, in this competition. Have a run to the score, 55 for 1. Jones in again to Callis. Forward in defence. Better ball that time round from Hannah Jones. Not too much spin so far. Well, that one certainly didn't do too much. Jones left arm round to Callis. Callis defends into the offside. It's out to Boyce, I think that is, at sort of a cover point sort of area. Not Boyce, sorry, Alice Dyson. A couple of changes in the field. Jones in again to Callis. Defends back up the pitch. Lamb does the fielding. There's no run. Just the 2 runs going off this Jones over so far. 1 ball left. Northern Diamonds 55 for 1. Jones to Callis. Callis drives straight back at Jones. Appeal for a run out. Jones did get a hand on it, but Hopkins safely inside the crease. And that's the end of the 13th over. Just the 2 runs coming off that one from Hannah Jones. A good start from her. Northern Diamonds 55 for 1 in this Roses clash, if you like, even though it is being played up in Durham. These sides faced each other twice already this year. The last time out over at Chester in the Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup. The Thunder made 90 for 9 there, 20 overs. Danielle Collins top scoring with just 16. Jenny Gunn taking 4-15. Was on a hat-trick at one point, I remember. Was watching that game. Brown continues from the Lumley end, bowls to Hopkins, defends into the onside. Thinks about a single. Brown is quick on it. Make sure there's no run. And in reply to Thunder's 90 for 9. To go through to finals though, the Diamonds needed a bonus point win, and they did just that. 92 for 2 Less than 13 overs. Hopkins drives square, ball run away across those used strips, across the square out to the eastern side of the ground, underneath the scoreboard. The old-fashioned scoreboard, I must say, at the Riverside. Brings Hopkins her second boundary, takes her to 16. Diamonds 59 for 1. Wasn't the easiest ball to drive either. Just not exactly a half volley. Then full enough and wide enough for Hopkins. Just puts her hands through it. Finds that gap yet again at point. Not much of a gap either. Brown to Hopkins. Looks to, well, give her the benefit of the doubt there and just left that one at the last second. Looked to play it down to deep third for a single. So drying their hands, I think. Apologies if the microphone is picking that up. Brown to Hopkins, slightly short. Hopkins nudges this one into the onside. They go through for a quick single. Brown throws off balance and they get through safely. Takes Hopkins to 17. The diamond 60 for 1. Couple balls left in 14th over. 5 runs off this one so far. More good running from Callis and Hopkins. Brown in again from Lumley, balls to Callis, left alone outside the off stump. Again, the ball not doing too much for Brown. Looked to come in just slightly and then held its line off the scene. Callis 25 on out, 34 balls. Brown to Callis, drives through the offside. That'll just be 1 run. Sweeper out there. Runs over the eastern stand. Takes Callis to 26th, diamond 61 for 1 after 14 overs. See some of the players tucking into, I think, some biscuits or all their nutritional biscuits, not your average like custard cream or bourbon digestive. Biscuits would be nice right about now. Cup of tea would be nice as well, hot chocolate, something just to keep us warm. And even up here there's jumpers all around the ground. Callis nudges this one into the onside, another good run taken by the 2 batters. Callis 27, diamond 62 for 1. Jones in again, left arm round to Hopkins, who drives through the offside and sort of half stopped by Alex Hartley at mid-off. They'll go through for a couple of runs. Lamb chasing that one after Hartley's dive. Got a hand to it and stop it cleanly. Allowed Hopkins to come back for the second. She moves to 19. Diamond 64 for 1. Jones to Hopkins, defends back up the pitch. Another dot ball for Jones. 5 runs off her 9 balls so far. Jones left arm round to Hopkins. Forward in defence. She comes again. Slightly fuller that time round from Anna Jones. Jones a short run, just starting about a yard or so behind the umpire. Hopkins drives straight to Hartley at mid-off, beats the dive of Lamb at short extra cover. Another run to the total. Hopkins moves into the 20s. 20 not out of 40 balls. Diamond 65 for 1. 1 ball left in Jones' over. Deep cover goes out for Stair Callis. He drives straight. Finds Jackson at mid-on. End of the 15th over. 4 runs going off that one. Diamond 65 for 1. The County Championship. Yorkshire versus Warwickshire over Edgbaston. Warwickshire 47 for 3. And Durham versus Northants over at Wantage Road. Northants 52 for 2 in the 12th over. Brown to continue from the Lumley, 0 for 9 off her 2 overs so far. 4 players out on the boundary now. Deep cover, deep third, deep fine leg, deep square leg as well. Brown right up over to Hopkins, slightly shorter. Hopkins defends out to Lamb at short extra cover. It's Hopkins' second game this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 12 runs she made in her first game. Round to Hopkins, caught behind, gone. Could hear the edge from here, and Hopkins, just as she was getting going, feathers one through to Rachael behind the stump. She goes for 20. And the Thunder have their second wicket at the Diamond. 65 for 2 here at the Riverside. Diamonds have been put into bat by the Thunder. Applause for Hopkins as she makes her way off. Brings out Leah Dobson to the crease. Again, just playing her second game this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Made 16 a couple of days ago against the Storm. Played all 8 games of Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup. 111 runs, after just under 16. Decent strike rate as well, 79. She's in reasonably early here at the Riverside. Open the batting in Diamonds T20 games. And a number 4 here today. Brown has a wicket to her name, 1 for 9, 14 balls into her spell. Similar field for Dobson, just cover sweeper coming up. Still the 3 players out at deep third, deep fine leg, deep square leg as well. Brown right arm over to Dobson, defends into the onside, finds Boyce at short mid wicket. Whistle somewhere sort of behind us, some football or something going on, not quite sure. Brown in again to Dobson, drives off the back foot, goes out to Lamb. He seems to have done a lot of fielding today so far, Emma Lamb. A lot more to do with bat in hand in the Thunder's innings. Might get a bowl as well. Pitch hasn't been turning too much for Hannah Jones. On the pads, well, I say that a bit of an inside edge, I think, from Dobson. Heard 2 noises from over here and don't like it as well. Peel quickly withdrawn by Thunder players. Brown starts to run again from Lumley end, bowls to Dobson, slightly fuller this time. Dobson drives out to Hartley at mid-off, end of the 16th over. A wicket maiden for Natalie Brown, 1 for 9 for 3 overs. No applause from the crowd, obviously very partisan here at the Riverside. Good start from Brown. First wicket in this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. Just 2 games to go, including this one. Hannah Jones to continue from the Finkland, left arm round to Callis. Dobson tossed up. Callis flicks this one into the leg side. The square leg runs in, throws back into Rachael behind the stumps. Another run to the total. Callis on to 28. Diamond 66 for 2. Again, same feel for Dobson with the exception of cover being inside the circle. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket out on the boundary. Jones done round to Dobson, who drives. Times it well, sounded good off the bat. Straight to Hartley at mid off though, no run. Short this time from Jones, like dragged down, but Dobson just plays this back to the bowler. Yeah, not much spin for Hannah Jones. Diane's playing the two spinners in Smith and Levick. This one getting just back of a length from Jones. Dobson works this into the leg side. Georgie Boyce there at short mid wickets yet again. Couple balls left in the over for Jones, left on round to Dobson. Looks to be aggressive. Makes it past the bowler. Another misfield from Hartley. The ball won't go all the way for 4. Jackson's there chasing it. And another couple of runs to the total. Dobson's off the mark. 2 not out. Diamond 68. A loss of 2 wickets. Punch of the ground as well from Hartley. Jones into Dobson. Down the wicket she comes again. Hit very hard back at Hannah Jones, and that's hurt her by the looks of things. Away from Gallis for the physio. That was hit very hard by Leah Dobson. Straight into the foot or the ankle of Hannah Jones. It's the end of her over. 3 runs off it, 0 for 9 or 3. Jones's figures. Diamond 68 for 2. And just going to take a slight break in play here. Physio running on for Jones. Still lying on the ground, just fingers crossed she's okay and can play a further part in this game. I was levered back at the bowler by Dobson, and well, you could say that Jones saved a certain 4 there. It would have beat Hartley and would have certainly raced away for 4 down towards the media centre. Players having a chat in the meantime. The Diamonds players helping themselves to a cup of tea, coffee. Jones back up on her feet, good to see, just having a little drink, little breather. Hopefully that ankle or foot, whatever it hit, hopefully it wasn't the ankle. I think if it was the ankle then she wouldn't be up that quickly, but looks like she's okay to carry on, good to see. Physio and top player having a race to run off the pitch. They all carry on. Great to see Hannah Jones is okay, bowling really well so far. 0 for 9. Looks like it will be Natalie Brown to continue from the Lumley end. Same field, deep cover, deep third, deep fine leg, deep square leg. Callis drives straight, finds the field at mid on a slightly wayward throw from, not quite sure who they can't quite see who they are from here, but go through for a single. Callis onto 29, 39 balls faced, a Diamond 69 for 2. Okay, good running from Callis, trying to look for those quick singles, rotate the strike. And Dobson on strike, who's looked to be aggressive so far, just the 9 balls faced. Brown to Dobson, flicks this one over the infield into the leg side. Dyson's running around from square leg to do the fielding. That goes through for another couple of runs. Takes Dobson to 4, doubles her score. Diamonds 71 for 2 in the 18th over. And Dobson looking to go aerial with that one, just chipping it over the head of Boyce at mid wicket. Dobson drives out to Hartley at mid-off. Looked good on the drive so far, Dobson. Just found the fielders a couple of times. Can't imagine it will be too long before next one's past the dive of Hartley or Lamb at extra cover. Round to Dobson. Just punches this one out to Emma Lamb at short extra cover. Again, there's no run. Couple dots in a row for Brown. Jones in again from the Lumley end, bowls to Dobson, defends up to that fielder at mid-on. Surely when they're facing towards you, you can't quite see who it is. 47, it's Seren Smale there at mid-on. Played the one game for the Thunder this year. Brown to Dobson, slightly shorter. Dobson tries to clip this one into the onside, gets a leading edge. Ball falls short of Georgie Boyce at mid-wicket. It's the end of the 18th over. Diamond 71 for 2, being put into bat by the Thunder. Good over from Brown, just 3 runs from it. 1 for 12, her figures. 4 overs, and maiden included in that as well. And it looks like it will be Hannah Jones to continue from the Finkel end. And as 12th player, just running on and off the field in their bright green high-vis vests. Canis just remarking her guard. Ready for Jones, left arm around the wicket, slightly shorter. Just tries to nudge this one into the offside, looks for the single. But Brown is there, equal to it. Sure, it's a dot ball. Good to see over 200 of you watching. Apologies for technical issues at the start, but luckily you got commentary live for you now. Jones into Canis, slightly shorter, punch back up the wicket. Canis looks for the quick single. Jackson throws into Rachael, but not before Dobson can get down to the danger end. They go 3-4, another run. Canis into the 30s now, 72 for 2. Jones in again from the Finkland. Down the wicket comes Dobson. A beautiful shot over the head of mid-on. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and over the boundary rope. Down towards the south terrace here at the Riverside. Dobson's first boundary takes her to 8. The Northern Diamonds 76 for 2. Beautiful shot from Leah Dobson, showing her intent early on, particularly to Hannah Jones looking to attack the spinner. Not much turn there at all for Jones. Again, Jones replying left arm round to slightly quicker and flatter this time from Hannah Jones. Punch back up the pitch by Dobson. Seems to just keep a little bit low. Mid on now, going back out to that long on boundary in front of that south terrace. Jones to Dawson, punch this one slightly uppish into the onside. Boyce does the fielding at mid wicket. Deep cover now going out for Dobson. Last ball left of Jones is over, left arm round. Dawson defends once again out to Georgie Boyce. And a dot ball to finish the 19th over. The Diamonds 76 for 2. Here at the Riverside. Tickets available on the gate. £5 for adults, £1 for juniors. Ground just a short walk from Chester Street train station. Bus is also available from Durham and Newcastle. It cost me £2 on the bus to get from Durham to Chester Street. Short walk from the town centre. So if you want to see some competitive cricket as well, Diamonds versus the Thunder, Roses clash. Do you get yourself over? Brown continues from Lumley end. Canis cuts, beats the diver, backward point. Hear the applause, I'm sure, from the players out on the balcony. Goes away for 4 down towards the scoreboard. And another 4 for Canis. She's really motoring now. 34 not out off 42 balls. Takes the Diamonds to 80 for 2 in the 20th over. Canis looking at sublime form today. Brown begins a run from the Lumley end, bowls again to Canis, slightly fuller this time. Canis defends back up the wicket to Brown. Just 150 for Canis so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Top score is 76. Strike rate of 68, but he's going well above that today. It's 79. Brown to Kind of slightly slower ball, I think. Drives out to mid-on. And it's like rebound off the knee or the leg of Seren Smale. Another run to Callis, takes her to 35. Diamonds 81 for 2. A few more people make themselves comfortable in the top deck of the South Terrace, right next to the media centre. You see more and more people coming along, joining us here at the Riverside. Jackson coming up inside the circle now into square leg. Dyson just sort of wondering where she's going. She's situated at backward square leg this time. A slight shrug of the shoulders, I think, from Alex Hartley, saying, oh, I don't know where you want to go. But got the field set now. Brown into Dobson, who clips into the leg side. Boyce once again does the fielding at. We've got a couple of people running along the top deck of the South Terrace, trying to find some seats. Plenty of seats available. Brown past the umpire to Dobson, slightly shorter, and Dobson punches this one back. Doesn't seem to fly off the bat, although it was just a sort of defensive push. Looks like Dobson's seeing it well, timing it well as well. Moves her to 9. The Diamond's 82 for 2. Callis back on strike. 6 runs off the over so far. 1 ball left. Jackson goes back out to deep fire leg. Brown to Callis, who guides this one away off the back foot through the offside. Once again beats the dive of that fielder at point and goes away for 4 in front of a couple of spectators down there in the South Terrace. And another boundary for Stair Callis. She moves to 39. Diamonds 86 for 2. Stair Callis looking just as good as she's looked all season, really, with the bat. Doing really, really well so far. Diamonds losing that early wicket of Holly Armitage. Slight partnership between Callis and Hopkins before Hopkins went for 20. Jones the bolt to Dawson, a low full toss. Dawson drives out to Hartley, stops cleanly this time at mid-off. Again, Dobson looking to be aggressive. A few more people make their way around the ground. Down the track comes Dobson, drives out to Hartley. Look for the quick single, could be a run as his direct hit and gone. Excellent throw from Hartley, taking one of the stumps right out the ground. And there was a slight hesitation, I think, from Dobson. Hit it well, but straight to Hartley. He was just hovering on that 25-yard circle. And Dobson has to go for 9. She was looking to be aggressive, looking good as well. 9 off 21. And an excellent piece of fielding again from Alex Hartley. Took a wonderful one-handed catch over at Headingley, the first time these two teams faced off against each other this year. Applause for Dobson as she makes her way off the ground. Gone for 9, but was it unlucky or, wow. Good fielding from Hartley. Again, a slight hesitation from Dobson, perhaps costing her wicket. Amy Campbell is the new batter. Diamonds 86 for 3 in the 21st over. Four games for Campbell this year, just the 13 runs though. Not a season to remember for her so far. Average of 4.33. Top score of 9 as well out of those 13 runs. So she'll be looking for a big score today. Got plenty of time to do it, just under 30 overs. Diamonds just have to sort of start again here. Callis is set batter 39. She's on strike to Jones, slightly shorter this time from Jones, defended back up the pitch by Callis. Cheers from some spectators again in the South Terrace. Jones left arm round So kind of slightly fuller. Callis works this one into the leg side. Go 3 for 1. Second's not there. Deep square leg. Quick on it. Takes Callis into the 40s. 40 not out of 47. Diamond's 87 for free now. If you are watching on the stream, listening in, do let us know at North_Diamonds, Twitter and Instagram. Jones left on round to left-handed Hopkins, who defends, gets a slight edge. On this one they'll get one. Campbell, sorry, looks for the second. It's not there. Backward point. Going round to do the fielding. Campbell off the mark first ball. Diamond's 88 for free. Callis back on strike. Fielders move round again for the right-hander. Jones to Callis. Callis sweeps really well. Goes out towards the northeast terrace. Another boundary for Stair Callis. Takes her to 44. Northern Diamonds 92 for free. And a good way to finish the 21st over. 1 wicket from it. 6 runs as well for Hannah Jones. And she's 0 for 20 off 5. That wicket being the run out of Dobson. A direct hit from Alex Hartley. I wonder if the Thunder will clip that one up and put it on Twitter again. Last time they did that with me commentating on Alex Hartley's specky catch. I think they called it. 25,000 views, thank you very much. Change of bowling from the Lumley end. For Natalie Brown for now it will be Emma Lamb. Scored 50 the first time these two sides played each other over at Headingley. Feels such a long time ago now. Back in June that was. Since then she played for the Manchester Originals in the 100 and made her England debut, T20 debut over at Chelmsford just last week. So had a good season as well. Emma Lamb. Right arm round the wicket to Hopkins. Campbell, sorry. I'll try and get those names correct. Defends into the offside. There's no run. Very attacking field for Campbell. Lamb again, and Campbell nudges into the onside, looks for a single. It's not there. Callis wanted it, but Rachael was quick on it, taking the glove off. Throws back into Lamb. And again now right on round to Campbell. Defends back up the pitch. Boyce does the fielding at mid-wicket. There's no run. 5 games for Emma Lamb. 3 wickets at 51.33. Best of 1 for 13. Again now from the Lumley end, slightly shorter. Campbell defends into the offside. This time Jackson doing the fielding. Probably the shortest run-up we've seen so far today. Tossed up. Campbell forward in defence again, and yet to concede a run so far this over from Lamb. Just 1 ball left. Can she start with a maiden? Deep cover goes out on the boundary. So a single for Campbell if she wants it. She'll be playing against the spin. Lamb to Campbell. It's a drive through the offside. But Jones is there at point, and Lamb does indeed start with a maiden. The score is 92 for free after 22 overs. A few more fans making their way round towards the south terrace. A couple dotted around the northeast terrace, or the eastern side of the ground. They're right under one of the floodlights. There, a couple of fans. See a few more with kind of yellow shirts, or well, probably jumpers. Let's be honest, in this weather. And another change of bowling, more spin into the attack. Alex Hartley, the captain, the first time today. 22 overs gone here at the Riverside. Good to see 258 of you tuning in. Five games for Alex Hartley, in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint tournament. 6 wickets, average of 36.83, best of 2 for 28. Ball left arm around the wicket to Stair Callis. This one tossed up. Callis defends. Back up the pitch to Hartley. Top ball to start Hartley's spell. Got deep cover, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. The 3 players out on the boundary. Hartley round this one again. Tossed up. Callis drives through the offside. Straight to Hannah Jones. No run this time. Callis 44 not out. 1 hit away from 50. Now she'll go to it with a 6. She might pre-run this one. Shorter from Hartley. Callis dinks this one into the leg side. Go through 4. A single. Backward square. So to do the fielding. Throws back into the bowler's end. Another run to Callis. Takes her to 45. Diamond's 93 for 3. A few more spectators coming into the ground. Below us in the Don Robson Pavilion. Hartley left arm over the wicket this time to Campbell. Leaves alone outside the off stump. Just shoulders arms. Still the same field for the left-hander. Deep backward square. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Hartley in from the Finclet. This one tossed up outside off stump. Campbell cuts. Finds the fielder at backward point. There's no run. Deep cover going back out to what's the last ball of Hartley's first over. She's in now. Bowls to Campbell. Takes a couple steps down. A lovely shot from Amy Campbell. Over the head of Alex Hartley. The ball makes its way down to the media centre. And a good way to get your first boundary. Amy Campbell, she moves to 5 not out. The Diamonds 3 runs short of their 100. They're 97 for 3 after 23 overs. And one of the shots of the day so far from Amy Campbell, who's struggled this season, averaged just over 4 this year's Heyhoe Flint Trophy. A beautiful lofted straight drive back down the ground, a couple steps down the pitch. Callis on strike for the start of the 24th over. Emma Lamb to bowl it. Actually coming over the wicket this time to the right-hander. Long on, deep in the wicket, deep square leg. All out on the boundary. Callis drives straight. It'll just be the 1 run. Long one's there. Throws back into Lamb. Smell comes back inside the circle at mid-on. Right on round to Campbell. That one seemed to pop a little bit just off a length. Campbell defends into the offside. Natalie Brown there at extra cover. To bowl to Campbell. Clips into the leg side. Straight to Boyce at short mid wicket. No run. Campbell 5 not out of 12 balls. Diamonds 2 runs shy of their 100. Around the wicket to Campbell, drives, but once again finds Brown. Extra cover, slight misfield. Smells there to back her up, ensure it's kept to a dot ball. Lamb in again from the Lumley end. Slapped back down the track by Campbell, straight to Hartley, who misses the stumps this time, but fairly sure Campbell would have been home. Takes her on to 6. Diamonds 99 for 3. Callis back on strike for the last ball of the over. 46 not out. Fielders go back out onto that boundary rope again. Deep cover, long on. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Fine leg inside the circle. Backward point. Short extra cover, mid off. And short mid wicket, other field is inside that 25-yard circle. Lamb to Callis, slightly shorter. Callis clips into the leg side, waits for it, and it just beats the dive of Natalie Brown. Another single to Callis, takes her to 47, and the applause you can hear is for the Northern Diamonds 100 up in 24 overs. 82 minutes of batting. this rate they'll be looking for around about 250. I think they would like, ideally. A few more people make their way into the ground. A couple more into the Dom Robson Pavilion. A few more in the northeast terrace. A couple of people running around in those stands as well. See, the yellow jumpers have moved around a little bit. They're not where they were. Hartley to Callis, who drives, but straight to Emma Lamb. Top ball to start the 25th over. Long and out on the boundary. Deep wicket, deep square leg, deep cover. Players out on the boundary rope. Hartley to Callis. Slightly slower this time for Hartley. Good change of pace. Callis clips into the leg side. Goes through for a single. Callis to 48. Diamonds 101 for free. Again, change in the field for... I can't say change in the field, it's the same field, but they're different people. Hartley left arm over the wicket to Campbell, defends back up the pitch. Boyce does the fielding at short extra. So just warmed up slightly. Hartley in again from the Finkel end. The edge from Campbell took a couple steps down the track. Go through for one. Campbell looks for the second. Short third goes round to do the field. Another run to Campbell. Diamonds 102 for free. Just spotted the yellow gems again making their way into the south terrace. Campbell left arm round. This one really tossed up, and Callis drives through extra cover. Won't go all the way for four. It shouldn't do. Go through for a couple of runs. So two more to Callis. Brings up her half century. Just 56 balls. An hour and 10 minutes at the crease. Warm applause, I'm sure you can hear. It's being picked up by the microphone. Second 50 of 2021 for Stair Callis. One of the star players of Diamond's batting lineup this year. Callis defends this one into leg side. Boyce comes round from mid wicket, do the fielding.
Callis in 56 balls, which completed 8 balls.
.50 then for Stair Callis. Take the 200 run mark in this year's Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Second 50, as I said, to go for 76 earlier on in the year. Can she convert that into what would be a first list A 100? Her 7th career 50. Top score of 87 in list A cricket. Emma Lamb to continue from the Lumleyham. Right on round to the left-handed Campbell, slightly shorter. This time Campbell drives through the offside, gets it square, and the ball runs away. The outfield does seem to be quite quick, quicker than Friday, and it goes away for four, just beats. That's Natalie Brown there at point. It's not, it's Hannah Jones, sorry. But brings up four nonetheless for Amy Campbell, takes her to 11, her highest score of the Heyhoe Flint Trophy this year. It's one shy of her total runs in the trophy this year as well. Lamb in from the Lumley end. Defends out into the covers. There's no run. Score 108 for free. Into the stumps now. Bowls to Campbell. Clips into the leg side. They look for a quick single. Slight hesitation again. Callis quick between the wickets, and Frelgo takes a stump out, but Callis home fairly safely. Another run to the total, 109 for free. Campbell on to 12, so she's doubled her run tally for this year. Want a few more than 12 though. Callis back on strike to face Emma Lamb, bowling right arm over the wicket. Umpire Adnan just just swapping sides. Lamb to Callis, who drives straight. Lamb gets a hand on it. Goes out to Hartley at mid-off. Another dot ball for Lamb. 0 for 8 so far, including a maiden bolt. First over, it's a maiden. A couple more people making their way round the pavilion. Umpire's waiting for something, not quite sure what, and Physio comes out again onto the field. Maybe that dive just hurting Lamb slightly. Hopefully she won't have to go off, but a couple of players with their arms round her. Not too sure what happened there. The hands behind her back, whether there's a dislocation or something. Hopefully not. Gonna have another break in play, medical timeout if you like. Emma Lamb just seeing some attention from Physio. Gives us time to look at the other scores around the grounds in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and the County Championship. Over at Worcester, the Central Sparks, 117 for free. Chose to bat first against the South East Stars. 22 overs gone there. Eve Jones with 39, Marie Kelly 24, Davina Perrin 27 not out. Over at Bristol, the Western Storm 84 for free. The halfway points against the Lightning. Sophie Luff 29 not out, or 50 balls. Fee Morris with 25 opening the batting for the Storm. Alex Griffiths 15 not out as well. Storm have done some miles to get from here in Durham just a couple of days ago. Make their way down to Bristol, and bad news for the Fund. Emma Lamb looks to be coming off with injured hand, injured finger. So it's a big blow for the Thunder. Hopefully she'll be okay to bat later on, but hiding her hand behind her arm, not a good sign at all for Emma Lamb. Applause from the crowd as she makes her way off. Again, just hopefully she'll be okay for the second innings, because that's a big shame to see one of the star players of this year's domestic tournament, or domestic season as a whole really, not just the Flint Trophy, but Charlotte Edwards T20, the 100 as well. Will be Natalie Brown to finish the over, just 2 balls left. Brown 1 for 22 so far off her 5 overs. Stair Callis on strike. 50 not out, 58 balls. Northern Diamonds 109 for free. Brown right arm over the wicket to Callis. Shorter, and Callis clips this one away into the leg side. Jackson's down there at deep fire leg. Another run to the total. Callis 51. Diamonds 110 for free. He's Campbell on strike to face Brown for the first time. See more people running across the southeast stand here at the Riverside. And that's where the yellow jumpers are. Or a few of the kids are as well, I think. Brown to Campbell, defends into the offside. And that concludes the 26th over. Brown 1 for 23, 5.2. Emma Lamb being injured 4 balls into the over. The Diamonds 110 for free, put into bat by the Thunder. Not sure if it's the same pitch that was used on Friday. It might just be moved over couple of strips. Or maybe in just the one. I'm not can't tell from here. Hartley to continue from the Finkel end of the ground, bowling to Stair Callis, left arm round the wicket. This one tossed up. Callis, a lofted drive, beautifully hit. One bounce four down towards the advertising hoarders in front of the media centre. Callis looking in exceptional form at the moment, takes her to 55 off just 60 balls. And the Diamonds move to 114. As long off now goes out on the boundary. Hannah Jones with or Jackson patrolling straight boundaries. Callis clips this one into the leg side, deep square leg. Runs in, does the fielding. Another run to Callis, takes her to 56. Diamonds at 115 for free. And the field moves round for left-handed Campbell. Hartley left arm over, slightly shorter. Campbell clips into the onside, looks for the single, it's not there. Sub-fielder at short mid wicket doing the fielding, just try and see who that is. Hartley into Campbell, defends into the offside. It's again another dot ball. Can't quite see the net. I can see it's number 48, but I've got that down on my list. Hartley into Campbell, goes back and clips one into the leg side, goes through four. Quick single more, good running between these two. Going really well between the wickets. Campbell on to 13, Diamonds 116 for free. A couple more people working round the top tier of the southeast stand. Hartley into Callis. This one really tossed up by Hartley, really properly held back that one, enticing Callis to go down the ground, but kind of sensible enough to not take the bait. End of the 27th over. Hartley figures of 0 for 15 off 3 overs. Callis 56 not out. Amy Campbell on 13. The Northern Diamonds 116 for the loss of 3 wickets. And a couple more people making their way into South Terrace to the right hand side of the media centre. Change of ends for Hannah Jones, started off at the Finkel end. Take over from Natalie Brown / Emma Lamb from the Lumley end. And we just hope that Lamb is okay to hopefully take the field later on, or at the very least bat in the second innings. Campbell clips this one into the leg side. Boyce is there at short mid wicket yet again. No run for Campbell. 13 off 24. High score of the season so far for Campbell in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Jones left arm round. Campbell punches this one off the back for really well. Timed nicely as well by Campbell. The ball beats the infield. It goes away to the boundary rope in front of the pavilion. And another boundary for Amy Campbell. Going well, looking nice so far today. 17 not out off 25 balls. Takes the Diamonds past 120. Or on to 120 for those being pedantic. Jones left arm round from Lumley end. Bowls to Campbell. Once again drives. High and square on the offside, but Jackson's there. Throws back into Rachael. No run. Diamonds going really well, considering they were put into bat by Thunder on what does look to be definitely a bold first day, considering the conditions. Campbell punches this one into the offside. Subfielder there dives over those sort of net strips, if you like. Another run to Campbell, 121 for free. Fielders go out on the rope for right-handed Callis. Deep mid wicket, deep square. Long off, long on as well. Callis looks to cut, but it's a slight bottom edge on that one. Ball goes out to fielder at cover. Jones ready again from the Lumley end. Pass to Callis, this one tossed up. Callis drives out to the fielder at long off. Another run to Callis. 57 for her. 64 balls as well for Callis. 122 for 3 is the score. End of the 28th over. Time's now 12:07 PM. So good afternoon. Tuning in. Good to see over 300. 300 of you watching the live stream. Apologies again for technical issues early on. Lost a few overs commentary at the start, but good to be with you for the Diamonds' last home game of the season. They win this one today, then they'll be in a good position to go through to finals day over at Northampton on the 25th of September, I believe. One more game to go in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Hartley to Callis, who drives, and a good diving catch forward by Sapfield again. Not quite sure who that is, but that is a big, big wicket for the Thunder. Callis looked to drive. Wanted to go a bit more aerial than that, or keep it on the ground, but sort of found no man's land in the end. And a good catch diving forward by subfielder at short extra cover. It's the end of Stair Callis. She goes for 57 off 65 balls. And the Diamonds lose their 4th wicket. It's 122 for 4 here at the Riverside. Applause for Callis as she makes her way off the pitch. A few cheers as well from spectators in the southern end of the ground. And second 50 of the Heyhoe Flint Trophy for Callis. 57 off 65 balls. 86 minutes, 9 falls as well. Went really well at the start. Brings Bess Heath to the middle. Just the one game this year's Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Was injured at the start of the season, missed out on the first few rounds of matches. Played 5 games for the Diamonds in Charlotte Hills T20 Cup. 103 runs, average of 25.75. Faces up to Hartley. Heath drives. Not a bad way to get off the mark. Straight drive to Jones at long off. Heath off the mark first ball. Diamonds 1, 2, 3 for 4. As a commentator, it would be nice to lose a wicket right now, but I'm sure the Diamonds wouldn't want that. We've already had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 situation earlier on. Second game, I think that was, against the South East Stars. Hartley to Campbell. Looks to come down the pitch. Drives back to Hartley. Slight fumble. Jackson moves round to tidy things up. Halfway through the 29th over, Hartley from the Finkland bowls to Campbell. Takes a couple steps down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Amy Campbell. Goes all the way as well. The first 6 of the day goes to Amy Campbell. It only just made its way over the boundary, just over the head of Hannah Jones as well. At long off, but more sweet timing again from Amy Campbell. Always wanted to go down the ground. Hartley in again to Campbell. Forward in defence. So into the offside. The Diamonds 129 for 4. 1 ball left in the over. Hartley 1 for 22. Her figures so far. Campbell looking really good here. 24 not out. 30 balls faced. Hartley to Campbell. This one's cut away by Campbell. Beats the infield again. It runs away towards the eastern side of the ground over those, well, into sort of tarpaulin sheets. Square covers, and another boundary for Campbell. She moves to 28. Diamonds 133 for 4 to 29 overs here at the Riverside. Delayed announcement from from the tannoy. Applause as Callis's 50 is announced. Not 50, a dismissal. Hannah Jones then to continue from the Lumley end, bowling to Bess Heath. Just faced the 1 ball, 1 not out. See James Carr and Isaac Lowe make their way round the outfield. Jones left arm round to Heyhoe, drives straight to field at short extra cover. That's a right on the finger. That one did slight shake of the hand after that one. Jones in again from the Lumley end to Heyhoe, drives. Ball goes straight out to the fielder at long off. Alex Hartley, I think that is. Another run to Heyhoe. She missed 2. 134 for 4 is the score. It's got a little bit colder now. Starting to shiver. The wind's just picked up a little bit. Jones to Campbell, drives through the offside, beats the dive of Alice Dyson at cover. Goes away for 4 in front of the electronic scoreboard here at the Riverside. Takes Campbell into the 30s now. 32 off 32 balls as well. Diamonds 138 for 4. Another beautiful shot from Amy Campbell, looking really good here today. Struggled in the earlier part of the season, averaging 4 before coming into this game. Oh, she's got a bit higher than 4 now. She's 32 not out. Jones to Campbell, drives one back up the pitch. Campbell can't, Jones rather, can't get her foot on that one. Smell, I think that is one, does the fielding. Could be Alex Hartley now swapping places with Laura Jackson at long off and long on. Jones left arm round to Bess Heath, back in defence to the offside. 1 ball left of the 30th over for Jones, not 32 so far. 6.5 overs. Jones to Heyhoe, drives out to long off yet again. Another run for Bessie. She moves to 3. End of the 30th over. Northern Diamonds are 140. The loss of 4 wickets. Elsewhere in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy with its Central Sparks, 136 for 3, having chosen to bat first against the South East Stars. That's taking place over at Worcester. Western Storm, 104 for 3 after 30 overs over at Bristol against the Lightning. And last game, the Sun Vipers, top of the group, are 176 for 2 over at Chelmsford against the Sunrise. Correction, 180 for 2, someone's just hit a boundary. Hartley continues from the Finkel end. Heath drives back down the ground, beats the dive of Hartley. Jackson does the fielding out long on, wins the race between and Hannah Jones. Another run for Heath. She moves to 4. Diamonds 141 for 4. Fielders now go out on the leg side boundary. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square for Amy Campbell. Long on, long off, still in place. Hartley left arm over to Campbell. Again, takes a couple steps down, just chips it over the fielders at cover. They'll go through for a couple of runs. Beats the dive of Georgie Boyce at short extra. Another 2 runs to Amy Campbell. She moves to 35. That was 143 for 4. A few more spectators making their way round in front of the pavilion. And fair play for braving this cold. Hartley left arm over, tossed up. Campbell punches one back into the offside. There's no run. It is most definitely jumper. Well, I can't see many of the players wearing, if any, wearing jumpers. Hartley in again from the Finkel end. Tossed up yet again by Hartley. Enticing Campbell into that drive if she wants it. 2 fielders out on the long off and long on boundaries. Hartley runs again past the umpire, now bowls slightly flatter this time and cuts away into the offside. They go through 4. A quick single would have been close if Michael Point hadn't fumbled that, but single off the 5th ball of the over takes Campbell on to 36. Diamonds 144 for 4. Last ball of the over. Hartley round the wicket. So Heath clips this one into the leg side. They'll get 1. They'll look for the second. They won't. Backward square. Moving round to throw into Frauke on the full as well. End of the 31st over. 5 runs coming off it. Hartley's figures are 1 for 31 off 5, a little bit expensive by standards. The Diamonds 145 for 4. Couple of young kids make their way in front of the Don Robson Pavilion. And it is very chilly here at the Riverside. Dark clouds pretty much surrounding us here at Chester Street. The floodlights on full whack. Diamonds 145 for 4, put into bat by the Thunder. Amy Campbell's 36 not out of 37. Bessie 5 not out of 7. Jones continues from Lumley round the wicket to Heath, clips this one into the onside. The subfielder again does the fielding at mid wicket. Jones in again to Heath, who sweeps over the top of square leg. Couple bounces before the ball runs away towards the players down in front of the pavilion. First boundary for Bess Heath takes her to 9, a runnable 9 as well. Diamonds 1 run shy of their 150. They were 149 for 4. And not much turn on show for Jones. Left arm round to Heath, who drives. Good stop as well by Hannah Jones. Didn't stop it cleanly, but got enough hand on it. Batters couldn't go through for a single. Jones in from the Lumley. This one dragged down and swept away, almost pulled away by Bess Heath for 4, down to the deep square leg boundary for the second time in the over. Heath moves to 13, brings up the Diamonds 150 in the 32nd over. Just 10 runs shy of 2 hours of batting, 109 minutes. Fielder now goes out to protect that deep square leg boundary. Jones to Heath. Heath drives and doesn't quite beat the dive of Natalie Brown, I think that is, at short extra. 8 runs off the over so far, 1 ball left for Jones. Left on round to Heath, drives straight but back to the bowler. End of the 32nd over. Couple boundaries coming off it. Jones 0 for 41 off 8 overs. The Diamonds 153 for 4. Hartley will continue from the Finkland, 1 for 31 off her 5 overs. I don't understand how none of the players are wearing jumpers. It's absolutely Baltic where I'm sat in the pavilion. Absolutely freezing cold when just a couple of days ago on the balcony and no need for a jacket. Harley to Campbell, takes a couple steps down, drives out to Boyce, I think that is, at short extra as well. That was timed quite nicely again by Campbell. 3 bounds off the hands of Boyce, another dot ball. Start the over for Hartley, past the umpire again now. Tossed up yet again, and Campbell drives this one through the onside this time. They'll get 1. Heath looking to come back for the second. Jones is out there on the long on boundary. They will get another couple of runs. Takes Campbell to 38. The Diamonds 155 for 4. Hartley over the wicket to Campbell, drives uppishly through the offside this time out to Jackson. Long off, go through for a single. Campbell to 39. Diamonds 156 for 4. Hartley round the wicket this time to the right-handed Heath. Just slowed that one down a bit, and Heath looks to sweep and will go through for a single. Good awareness by Amy Campbell to call Heath through for that run. Takes Heath to 14, a run ball. Diamonds 157 for 4. Another siren somewhere in the distance. Hartley to Campbell, goes down the ground, hit that nicely. Will it be caught though? Jones, oh no, it just beats Jones yet again. Another 6 for Amy Campbell. Beating the boundary rope by a matter of inches, really. Jones just a couple feet inside the boundary rope. Maybe, just maybe, if she was on the rope then would have fell into the hands, but another good strike, clean strike from Campbell, takes her to 45. Diamonds 163 for 4, looking to be aggressive against Hartley. In again now. Hartley straight this time from Hartley. Campbell defends back into the offside. That's the end of the 33rd over, 10 runs. Coming off it, 1 for 41 for Alex Hartley. Not her best day with the ball. 4 overs left in her spell. The Diamonds 163 for 4. They were put into bat by the Thunder on an overcast day, a freezing cold day as well. Of that, you might be able to tell by my voice just how cold it is. I'll try and get my weather app up just to check the temperature, because it's probably about half of what it was a couple of days ago. And the Diamonds played the Western Storm here on Friday. Jones continuing from the Lumley end, tries to better safe appeal for LBW, not out by umpire Ibbotson. Go through for a run signalled, or not signalled rather, no signal from Joanne Ibbotson. So off the bat, another run to Bessie, 15 not out, off 15 balls as well. Diamonds 164 for 4. Jones to Campbell, drives into the offside in front of square. Just be a single though. I think about a second. Campbell to 46 off 43 balls. Diamonds 165 for 4, and I hope it didn't just feel a drop of rain. It's getting very cloudy now, and there is a little bit of drizzle around. Jones to Heath, clips this one into the leg side, out to long on. Another run to the total. Heath to 16. Diamonds 166 for 4, and in this rain they could probably play through it or carry on playing. Just a case of at what point do the umpires decide to take them off the pitch. Jones round the wicket to Campbell, cuts this one off the back foot out to deep cover sweeper Alice Dyson. Another run for Campbell. She's nearing her first half century of 2021, 47 not out of 44 balls. Diamonds 167 for 4. Jones round the wicket to Bessie, looks to sweep, and half appeal again for LBW. Eventually she got bat on that one as well. Have a look back. Probably going down the leg side as well. With the angle from Jones, not much turn out there. Left arm round the wicket. Jones tossed up, low full toss. Heath slogs this one away into the onside. Slight misfield out in the deep as well. Allows them to come back for the second run. Applause from crowd and the players as well. Another couple of runs to Bess Heath. Takes her to 18. Diamonds 169 for 4. The rain is still falling. It's quite light at the moment. Some of the players, I think, making use of one of the heaters attached to the underside of the balcony. I quite enjoy one of those right now. It's absolutely freezing cold. I'll put my jumper on if we get a break. Right, Alex Hartley to continue from the Finkel end of the ground. 1 for 41 from her 6 overs so far. Campbell has to be aggressive against it. Hartley over the wicket to Campbell, punches this one off the back foot into the offside. Boyce does the fielding. No run, got long on, long off, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. You have a short mid wicket, extra cover, point and short third. Defended into the offside by Campbell, out to that point fielder. Start to the over from Alex Hartley. And again now from Finkland, tossed up. Campbell Looks to go down the ground again, just off the inside edge of the bat. Ball goes out to Dyson at cow corner. Another run to Campbell, takes her to 48. Diamonds 170 for 4. Great to see nearly 400 of you tuning into this match online. Down the wicket comes Betsy over the top of Alex Hartley. Won't go for 4. Daisy Mullen out there at long off does the fielding. Another run for Betsy, giving that strike rate up at a runner ball, 19 off 19. Northern Diamonds 171 for 4 in the 35th over. Time coming up to around about 12:30 on this drizzly and cold Sunday afternoon. Hartley over the wicket to Campbell, slightly shorter. Campbell punches off the back foot into the offside. Another dot ball for Hartley, much better over this time round, but still 1 ball left. Can Campbell make something from it? Can Hartley make something from it? No change in the field. Hartley over the wicket from the Finkel end to Campbell, takes a couple steps down, defends into the offside, and good over from Hartley. Just the 2 runs coming off her 7th over, end of the 35th over rather. The Northern Diamonds are 171 for 4. The rain is, well, pretty much stopped, I'd say. Actually, I'm gonna say it died down. I think there might still be just a couple drops floating around somewhere. But for the most part, it seems to have ceased. So play will definitely continue. Hannah Jones to bowl her final over from the lonely end, 0 for 47 off her 9 overs. Last over in her spell, left arm round the wicket to Bessie, who cuts behind, square on the offside. The ball races away down to southeastern end of the ground in front of the stands. A couple of spectators in the shelter, and brings up the 50 partnership as well for these two. Bessie on 23 not out. Campbell 30 of those runs as well. 53 from 42 balls as well. Very good run rate, good strike rate from these two batters. Just 20 minutes of batting together as well. 175 for 4 is the score. Jones left arm round to Heath, another low full toss. Heath drives this one out to Smale, I think that is it. Oh no, Natalie Brown. Get these players right. These players right one time or another. Another run for Heath, takes her to 24. Amy Campbell 48 not out. Jones bowls to Campbell, pulls this one out into the leg side. Could she be caught? Oh, what a catch that is in the deep. One-handed running back, and Campbell cannot believe it. Not quite sure who that is out there, but Campbell has to go for 48, and wow, what a catch. That was very similar to one Alex Hartley caught down at Hilly. Players running in to have another look at it. But, well, that's one of the best catches of the season. Well, the photographer's got it down there, I think. Good job down there. But a stellar innings from Amy Campbell's comes to an end on 48 off 50 balls. 5 4s and 2 6s. Laura Marshall with the catch out in the deep. Applause from everyone around the ground for who didn't get off to the best of starts. Just 4 coming into this game. Actually played her part today. 48 runs for Amy Campbell. Diamonds lose their 5th wicket, 176 for 5. Brings out Lindsay Smith, the new batter, so another left-hander. Jones gets her first wicket, 1 for 52, her figures. 9.5 overs, so 3 balls left for Lindsay Smith. For Hannah Jones, rather. Lindsay Smith will be on strike. I don't think they even attempted to. I think Campbell thought she got it. But Laura Marshall sticking the hand out and plucking that one out of thin air. I've seen a few of those catches this season, just one-handed running back. That's one of the best of them. Jones round the wicket to Smith, forward in defence, back up the pitch to Jones. Left arm to left hand around the wicket again. Jones down the track comes. Smith drives out into the offside. It's like cheer from some of the players. Goes out to Brown at long off. Breaks the stumps as well. So doesn't mean anything. Heath was well inside the crease. Smith's off the mark. Just a single. 177 for 5. Brings Bess Heath back on strike. 24 not out. Umpire just making sure that the bells are on correctly, stumps are all straightened out. Last ball of Hannah Jones's spell, 1 for 53. 1 ball to go, left arm round the wicket to Bess Heath, drives straight out to Alex Hartley, I think that is, at long off. And a single to win the over, a single to end Hannah Jones. Hannah Jones's spell, 1 for 54 off 10 overs of bowling. Not a bad return, slightly more expensive than she would have liked, but still fairly tidy nonetheless. The Diamonds 178 for 5, 36 overs gone here at the Riverside. I think rain has just got a touch heavier. If wow, there's still hardly any rain around, thankfully. See Alice Dyson getting warm again at cover. Will be Alex Hartley to continue from the Fink end. 7 overs, 1 for 43 so far. Alex Hartley bowling to Bess Heath, left arm round the wicket. He clips this one down the ground into the onside. Jackson at the one does the fielding. It's slightly wide of her, but we'll just keep it to a single. Heath to 26, sorry. Getting ahead of myself slightly. Diamonds 179 for 5. Another left armour to left armour. Fielders go out on the leg side for Lindsay Smith. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Long on and long off as well. Standard field for Alex Hartley. Left arm over the wicket from the Fink end. Slightly shorter. Smith cuts into the offside. Finds a Fink. Laura Marshall at backward point. Hartley in again to Smith, tossed up and a couple steps down the wicket by Smith, drives back to opposite number I suppose, left arm spinner to left arm spinner. Hartley bowls, tosses this one up, Smith drives slightly uppishly, back down the ground to Jackson on the long off boundary. Another run for Smith, takes her to 2, the Diamonds 180 for 5, the rain has started falling again, just a slight drizzle around the ground. Hartley round the wicket this time, really tossed up and slowed down by Hartley. They go through for a quick single and best fielding by, I think that's Seren Smale at short fine leg, slight fumble. Ball will be slightly slippery given drizzle that is currently falling at Chesterler Street. Takes Heath to 27 off 24. Diamonds 181 for 5. Hartley over the wicket, fired in this time into Lindsay Smith, back in defence. Ball goes out to the offside. Boyce Fields at short extra cover. End of the 37th over. Hartley goes 1 for 46 off 8. Last couple of overs have been fairly tidy by Alex Hartley, just 2 in the 3 runs coming off them. Looks like it will be Alice Dyson to take over from the Lumley end. And still drizzle falling here at the Emirates Riverside. Nearly 500 of you tuning in, good to see. Do get in touch at North_Diamonds, Twitter and Instagram. And at myself as well, at Wes N Spearman, Twitter and Instagram as well. Will be Alice Dyson. It's bowled from the Lumley end, 1 for 23 off her 5 overs, bowled all 5 in the power play. Got the wicket of Armitage first up. Caught by Brown at backward point. 13 overs to go here at the Riverside. If we get them all in, it is... Wow, the rain has just picked up a little bit. And I think the umpires have signalled for covers to come on, so we'll have a slight rain delay here at the Riverside. Players making their way off the pitch. Don't see much movement from ground staff, mind you. Just making their way over to covers now. Spectator trying to move back into some sort of shelter. Back behind the pavilion. Last couple of people on the top deck of the southeast stand, making their way down, try and find again some form of shelter. Players making their way off the pitch as the match is being delayed by rain. It's not heavy rain, just that sort of annoying drizzle that you only ever see at cricket matches, when it's sort of touch and go as to whether can you carry on playing, can you stop playing. Because now that we've stopped, we have to wait for the rain to stop completely. Even if there's just a couple drops of rain around, then players can't go back on until it has stopped raining. See the tractor bringing the covers onto the pitch as the rain has got a bit heavier now. Players making their way back inside the changing rooms. So play suspended. 37 overs gone here at the Riverside. Any lost time, I imagine we'll lose overs as well, so it could well become a DLS rain affected match. It's 181 for 5. Bessiev 27 not out, Lindsay Smith 2 not out. And we'll take what will hopefully be a short break, but we'll hopefully play and can continue as soon as possible. The rain has got a lot heavier now. It's not tipping it down, it's just a heavy sort of drizzle, if you like. Covers coming on to the pitch, as you can see on your screens. So we'll take a quick break, get yourself a cup of tea, something to drink, something to eat as well. Close to lunchtime. And we'll be back as soon as this rain stops. Hopefully it will stop fairly soon. See you in a bit. welcome back to today's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match between the Northern Diamonds and the Thunder. Players have taken an early lunch at 1 o'clock, finished just a couple minutes ago. I'm pleased to report the rain has stopped, so we can get underway. Still waiting for confirmation as to whether any overs have been lost. Still says 13 remain on the bigger screen. There is a cut-off time underneath the current time, but it's too far away, I can't see what it is. Or it's 2 something PM or 1 something PM, I can't quite see. There are 13 overs remaining, so no time lost at all. So it's still a 50 over a side match, and we're ready to get underway with Alice Dyson to bowl from the Lumley end, bowling to Bess Heath, who's 27 not out, 24 balls. Diamonds 181 for 5. Dyson to Heath, who clips one on the bounce to subfielder at backward square leg. Emma Lamb still not able to take the field after the fingers on her overs. It's all back at her quite hard, but Dyson's in again now. So he's slightly shorter. Just one back the wicket to Dyson. Start things off after his lunch break, so there will be a short change of half an hour since players have taken lunch already. For a 10-15 minute turnaround, and once those come to an end, Dyson looks one into the leg side. They'll get one, they should come back for a second. A bit of work out there. Natalie Brown goes back into Dyson, but another 2 runs for Bessie, 27 balls. Excellent strike rate, 107.4. Sounds like a radio station. Diamonds 183 for 5. Dyson in again now from the Lumley end. Pill for LBW. Fancy that one just going over the top, maybe down leg side as well with the shot that Heath was playing. Have a look on the streaming. Yeah, probably going down leg side. It's Bessie roundabout on leg stump. Dyson with the sling out. That one's short and punched off the back foot. Beats. I think that's Georgie Boyce. Extra cover goes away for 4 towards the northeastern terrace. There it goes under the covers as well, so hopefully the ball isn't too wet. And Bess Heath moves into the 30s. 33 not out now for the Diamonds wicketkeeper. 29 balls faced as well. 113.8 is the strike rate. Excellent for getting anything over 100 over a run of ball. Diamonds 187 for 5. 1 ball left in 38th over. Dyson's 6th over. 1 for 29 her figured so far. Right arm over the wicket to Heath. Tries to clip this one into the onside. Just an inside edge onto pad. The ball goes out to subfielder. And that concludes the first over after the lunch break. The Diamonds 187 for 5. Thunder winning the toss, selected to bowl first. Given the conditions, you wouldn't really do anything else. It's quite chilly and grey and just typical northern day, I suppose. I'll say that, but every other time when I've been at Headingley and Leeds or Newcastle, even on Friday, it was gloriously sunny. Not quite so today. We should still get a full 50 over a side game in. Hartley to bowl, her 9th over from the Finchlin. This one tossed up. Smith drives back down the track. Another single for Lindsay Smith. Daisy Mullen, the fielder, out at long on. 188 for 5. Smith moves to 3. Smith yet to have an average. This is Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Every time it's batted, been not out. Hartley left arm round the wicket to Bess Heath, who looks to drive and just gets over the head of Seffield, it won't go for 4. Mullen moves round to chase it. They go 3-4, a couple of runs. Heath moves to 35. Diamonds themselves 190 for 5, and didn't quite get all of that, did Bess Heath, but just over the head of substitute fielder number 48. If anyone does know who that is, do let me know. Not in my player notes. Hartley, this one tossed up outside the off stump. Heath drives back down the ground. Mullen once again doing the fielding at long off. Heath on to 36. Diamonds 191 for 5. 4 runs off the first half of Alex Hartley over. 1 for 50 her figures. Deep square leg out on the boundary. Cow corner. Long off. This one slowed down again by Hartley. Smith cuts into the offside. Marshall fields at point. Another dot ball for Hartley. Down the track comes Smith, nudges this one back down the ground again. Mullen once again doing a lot of work this over in the field. Another run to Smith, takes her to 4. Diamonds 192 for 5. Fielders go out on the leg side again, exactly the same fields. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Everyone on the offside inside the circle. Bar Mullen, this one once again tossed up by Hartley. Heath cuts and beats the dive of Natalie Brown, I think that is. Well, just slowing up because of the rain that we've had. They did run the rope over the outfield, but given the rain, the outfield has just slowed down a little bit. Another couple runs to Heath. She moves to 38. And the Diamonds 194 for 5 after 39. 11 overs left. No overs lost despite the drizzle that we had. We're only off for about 15-20 minutes before players or the umpires decided to take lunch, so still able to carry on as planned as a 50 over match. Dyson's bowled her 7th over from the Lumley end. Change in the field, deep point rather, going out for the left-handed Lindsay Smith. No fine leg at all. Got a deep third, point inside the circle, deep cover out on the boundary. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg as well. Dyson gets a run from the Lumley end. Now bowls to Smith, looks to cut into the offside, beats the bat, goes through to Rachael behind the stump, standing up to the wicket. Lucky not to be given a wide. That one, it did look quite wide, but just went through inside those blue tram lines. Dyson past the umpire again now. Bowls to Smith, drives his one back to almost another direct hit. Terence Mayo, is it? No, Natalie Brown there at mid-on. Almost had another direct hit run out. Alex Hartley got one earlier on to dismiss Dobson. That for just 9. Quick running by Smith. She missed a 5. That was 195 for 5. Bess Heath back on strike. 38 not out. Highest score of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Dyson into Heath. Pulls that away. It goes away for 4. And to square leg boundary in front of Dom Robson Pavilion. Awesome players in the crowd. Has thinned out a little bit. He's still making their way back from getting some food, but good to see most people have stayed. Diamonds 199 for 5. Heath moves into the 40s. Just a couple hits away from running out what will be her second half century of this year. Dyson into Heath, who drives back up the pitch. Finds Hartley at mid-off. Dyson in again from Lumley, and the wickets now. Balls to If you cut, get a bottom edge on that one. Missed out there a little bit, did Bessie. Another dot ball for Dyson. Diamond just one run short of 200. Looking at round about 250. It might be par, maybe 270. Dyson into bowl to Heyhoe cuts. Get hold of this one though, in front of square. B1, will they come back for a second? Smith wants it. Not there. Marshall, I think that is out on deep cover boundary. Brings up the Diamonds 200. Warm applause from players and the crowd here at overcast Riverside ground. He 43 not out off 37. Lindsay Smith just the 5 off 11. A few more people making their way back, finding their seats. Teas and coffees in hand. Definitely need it today. It is extremely chilly. What we've been used to up here after the last few home games. Hartley to bowl a final over from the Finkel end. 1 for 53 off 9. Bowling to Bessie. 2 players out on the boundary, down the ground. 2 out on the leg side as well. Everyone on the offside inside the circle. Hartley to he punches into the offside. Can't get it through that gap. Dyson Fields. No run to start the over from Hartley, former England international. World Cup winner of 2017. Left arm round the wickets. Down the track comes here. She gets hold of that extra cover drive. Mullen once again in the action and looked for a second. Almost went for it. Smith quite right to send Heath back. Ball was already in Mullen's hands by the time they looked for the second. Heath moves to 44. Diamond's 201 for 5. Heath just 1 hit away now in the first Heyhoe Flint's half century. Down the wicket comes Smith. Works this one back down the ground again. Tossed up by Hartley. Another run to Smith. Takes her to 6. 202 for 5. More legwork for the fielders, dropping and changing for left and right handers. Hartley into Heath. Down the track she comes, and could have been a caught and bowled chance, but no, just wide of Hartley. Mullen once again with the ball in the field. Another run to Heath, 45. Diamonds 203 for 5. Hartley left arm over the wicket to Smith. Finds this one in a bit shorter and a peel for caught behind. She's gone. Attempted cut by Lindsay Smith. Hartley gets her second wicket. Just 1 ball to go in her spell. It's a thin edge behind from Lindsay Smith. Good catch from Ellie Rachael. Not easy taking catches standing up to the stumps, but she's kept very well this game as Rachael. And the Diamonds lose their 6th wicket. Lindsay Smith goes for 6. 6 off 13 balls, 18 minutes. And Diamonds 203 for 6. Beth Langston, the new batter, joins Bess Heath on 45, not out. In form with the bat this year is Beth Langston. 83 runs in just 3 innings in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Average of 41.5, including a 50. See the Diamonds home against the South East Stars in a final over thriller. Back in May, I think that was ages ago now. She got 59 not out that time. Strike rate across those 3 innings of 112.16. Hartley into Langston. Drives, gets off the mark straight away. Mullen doing the work down at long off. 1 run to Langston. 204 for 6. And brings an end to Alex Hartley's spell. 2 for 57 off 10 overs. Fairly tight, a little bit expensive by her standards, you would think, but a couple wickets for her, including that run out as well. or plus that run out rather. Will be Dyson to carry on from Lumley end of the Riverside ground. Hartley just making her way back to a position at mid-off. Will be Langston on strike to face Dyson. Slight change in the field. Middle wicket moving round to square leg, and deep square leg moving round to deep mid wicket. Long on out as well. Deep third, deep cover. Out for Beth Langston. Dyson in from the Lumley end. Bowls to Langston. Gets a flick away down to a very fine final leg. It goes away for 4. Langston's boundary, first boundary of just her second ball. Takes her on to 5. Diamond's 208 for 6. Not quite where Langston wanted it to go, but still the same result that she wanted. That ball racing away down to the media centre. Langston currently striking at 250 to go with 112 so far. This year's Heyhoe Flint tournament. Fine leg now out on the boundary, long on back inside the circle. Dyson begins her run. Again, past the umpire, bowls to Langston, clips this one away. A bit squarer this time. Hannah Jones is there. Get one. Langston looks for the second, but Jones throws back into Rachael. Another run to the score. Langston on to 6. Diamond's 209 for 6. Long off now, going out for Bessie. Jones coming back up inside the circle at fine leg. Mid off, long on, deep mid wicket, square leg, fine leg, deep third, point, deep cover, and extra cover. Dyson to Heath. Heath tries to cut that one away, but finds Boyce at short extra. Heath looking for his second half century of 2021. Scored 58 not out against the Thunder. The last time these two sides played each other over at Chester. Dyson to Heath. A low full toss. He clips this one away. Out down the ground. They'll get one. Langston will come back for the second. She's quick between the wickets. That's good running by Langston and Heath. Double couple runs to the score. 211 for 6. Heath goes to 47, just a boundary away from what will be a first half century in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint tournament. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy rather. Dyson in again to Heath. That was shorter and cut away. It'll just be a single. All marshals out there patrolling the eastern side of the ground. So another run to Heath, 48. 212 for 6. Good to see nearly 700 of you tuning in. Good afternoon to you all. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. Jones goes back out on fine leg boundary. Dyson into Langston. Clips this one in front, square straight to Brown at Madon, who can't stop Langston, and Heath taking another single. 9 runs off the over for Dyson, 1 for 44 from her 8 overs. Langston on to 7. Diamond's 213 for 6. There are 8 overs left in the innings. Once again, lunch has been taken, so there'll be a relatively short change of innings. And it will be Laura Jackson to take over from Hartley. She's bowled out. Jackson 0 for 25 off 6 earlier on today. Bowled at the start of the innings, bowled really well as well. A maiden over in those figures as well. Swinging the ball away from right-handers. Whether there'll be much movement for her now, given that this ball is 21 and 21 overs old. 2 new balls used in 50 over cricket. Jackson to Langston, who drives square, beats the dive of Brown at backward point. Would it go all the way for 4? No. Great fielding out on the deep third boundary. Can't quite see who that is, but flicks it flicks it quite some way to Alice Dyson, I think that is, at the deep cover. Saren Smale, the fielder, saved that boundary. Another 3 runs this time for Langston, takes her to 10. 10 off just 5 balls, brings Bess Heath back on strike, 48 not out. Diamonds 216 for 6. Jackson runs in from the Finkler and bowls to Bess Heath, attempted cuts and again beats the bat. Another good take by Rachael. Just beat the top edge that time. Jackson past the umpire, bowls to Bess Heath, who punches this one into the offside off the back foot. They'll get one. Or they look for a second. Good fielding by Dyson, controlling that cover boundary. 49 to Bess Heath, 217 for 6. See what it looks like. Jenny Gunn and Danny Hazel sort of positioned it long off. Jackson to Langston, drives. They'll get a single here. Diving stop by Alex Hartley, running round to her right. Another run to Langston, takes her to 11. Diamonds 218 for 6. Bess Heath then, 49 not out. 2 balls left in this over from Laura Jackson. Bowling right arm over from the Finkler end up to the wicket now. Bowls to Heath, who cuts this one away, and that'll get a single. Oh, there's a misfield as well. Go for 4. Brings up 50 for Bess Heath. 53 not out. 46 balls. 6 fours as well. Excellent strike rate of 115.2. Just needed the one, but a slight slip from Alice Dyson. Over 4 runs, takes it to her second highest score of the year. Maiden Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Half century for Bess Heath. Jackson in again to Heath, drives out to subfielder at short extra cover. And a dot ball to finish the over. And another expensive one, 9 runs from it. And the Diamonds have got all the 2s, 222 for 6. Slightly dented Laura Jackson's figures there, 0.34 off 7. Pause for Bess Heath's 50 being announced over the ground. It'll be Langston on strike though to face Dyche. She's got 2 overs left, 144 for 8 overs. Seven overs left in the innings. Dyson past the umpire from the Lumley end, bowls to Langston. Glorious straight drive. What a shot that is by Beth Langston. Pure timing and class from someone who's making a case for all-rounder status at the moment. She moves to 15 off just 7 balls. Strike rate of over 200 for Beth Langston. Diamonds moves to 226 for 6. And we haven't seen too many better shots than that one today. Almost the perfect straight drive from Beth Langston. Not bad for number 8. Slightly overpitched from Dyson. Can she come back with this ball past the umpire? Balls to Langston, who dams this one down into the offside. Jackson does the fielding at deep third. Another run to Langston, moves her on to 16. Score moves to 227 for 6. Brings Heath back on strike. 6.4 overs remain. 4 wickets in hand for the Diamonds. Should get 250. Can they get up to 270, 280? Dyson into Bess Heath. Shorter and cuts away. Oh, could go all the way for 4. It's gone quite wide of the cover sweeper. It will go for 4. out towards the northeastern terrace here at the Riverside. Takes Heath on to 47, slightly shorter ball this time from Dyson. Heath just rocked back and muscled it away into the offside. And another boundary for the wicketkeeper. Diamonds to 231 for 6. And 9 runs off the first 3 balls of this Alice Dyson over. Dyson in from the Lumley end to Heath. Slower ball this time, and pill for LBW, but only by Georgie Boyce. Extra cover. That one going down the leg side. Attempted sweep by Heath. Probably pitched and hit outside the line of leg stump. Looking back on the stream. Dyson begins to run again from the Lumley end. Past the umpire now. Bowls to Heath, who sweeps and sweeps fine. It beats Hannah Jones at short fine leg. Goes away for 4 down in front of the pavilion. And the third boundary of the over takes Heath into the 60s, her highest score of the year. Off just 50 balls as well. Strike rate of 122. And there's still 1 ball left in the over. 13 runs from it. Are we going to see a change in the field? Yes, Jackson's coming up inside the circle. Into short third, deep square leg going out on the boundary now. Jones out at deep fine leg as well. Diamonds 235 for 6. 37 balls left in the innings. Dyson up to the wickets now. Bowls it shorter and cut away. Aerial, what a shot by Bess Heath. Not quite, well, I'll say that she's not quite got all of it. I thought she got a lot more of that than she did. Not off the middle of the bat. No, a couple runs for Heath. Takes her to 63. Here's the Diamonds on to 237 for 6. I thought that sounded good off the bat, but obviously not out of the middle of it. Ball just only went about halfway between Heath and the boundary. Floodlights on 4 here, they're very bright. It is very cloudy and grey overhead at the moment. Well, that's been for the whole day really. I don't think it would change much as we go through the afternoon. Jackson to continue from the Finkler, and the Magic Shield bowl out. Right arm over to Langston, who drives through the offside. They'll get one. Will they look for a second? Not quite. Dyson picks up cleanly and throws back into Rachael. Another run for Langston. Takes her to 17. Diamonds at 238 for 6. No change in the field for Bess Heath. Jackson right arm over to Heath. A slightly shorter ball, but kept a little bit low. Heath looked to heave that one into the leg side. Completely missed it. Another good take by Frelk. That one did look to keep a little bit low. Jackson begins the run again from the Finkel end. To the stumps now. Bowls to Heath, who drives hard, but once again can only find a fielder at extra cover. First half of the over from Jackson, just the 1 run from it. And again now to Heath. Slightly slower ball this time from Jackson, and could have run Langston out if Jackson got a hand on it. She didn't, luckily for Langston. Again, hit powerfully by Heath, looking to go back down the ground. Three dots in a row for Jackson. Taking 3 wickets in this year's Heyhoe Flint Trophy. In again now to Heath, cuts into the offside. It's like bottom edge. They'll go through for a single. It's a wayward throw from Subfield. Again, still not quite sure who that is. Another run for Heath. Quick running between these two. Heath moves to 64. Diamonds 293 for 6. Jackson to Langston, who drives into the offside. Another single for Langston. She moves to 18. End of the 45th over. Just 5 overs remaining. 30 balls left. Diamonds 240 for 6. So who knows, they could be up to 270 at a runner ball. They've been going at more than a runner ball for the last few overs since the resumption. Current run rate to 5.3. Want to look to get up to 270, 275, 280 if they can. Have a change of bowling from the Lumley end. Natalie Brown. Dyson being taken off after that expensive last over. Brown 1 for 23. 5.2 overs. Completed Emma Lamb's over when she went off injured. Right arm medium pace bowler. Balls to Langston. Clips this one into the leg side. Mid on fields, throws back into Rachael. Dot ball to start for Natalie Brown. Wind has just picked up again. It's a cold wind as well. Should have put a jumper on really, shouldn't I? Brown to Langston. Taps this one down behind square on the offside. Just be a single down to Jackson at deep third. Another run for Langston. Takes her to 19. Diamonds 241 for 6. So Jenny Gunn and Danny Hayes have had a good pace on their lap around the ground. They've overtaken James Carr and Isaac Lung. Changing the field, Dyson going out to long on. So fielder inside the ring, square leg. Brown to Heath, drives this one back, beats the dive of Brown. Dyson's there though at long on, comes round to field and throw back in to Natalie Brown. 1 for 25. Mid on back inside the circle now. Square leg out on the boundary for Langston. Brown in from the Lumley end. Slower ball from Langston. It's a full toss. Heaves it away into the leg side. They'll get one. They won't get a second though. Seren Smale out there on deep mid wicket boundary. Just a second game for the Thunder. Heath back on strike, 65 not out off 56 balls. Brown to Heath, powers this away through the offside, beats the dive of Alex Hartley. He'll go away for 4. Hands towards the northeast terrace again. And another glorious shot by Bess Heath. Power and timing in that one. Takes her to 69 off just 57. Takes the Diamonds to 247 for 6. One ball left in 46th over, 7 runs from it. Trying to find that ball again. Gone behind those covers. Out on the far side of the ground. Don't know where it's gone. The ground staff are now running over to try and lend a hand. It can't be too hard to find. And they're white covers and it's a white ball, so has it gone into the stands? I don't know where the ground staff are going. I don't know. We're gonna have to get a new ball. I'm sure the ground staff have run off down one of the staircases in the northeast terrace. Meanwhile, I think it's Rachael Slater who's run out onto the pitch in the green high vis. send out a message to Heath and Langston. We've got James Carr with a box of old white Kookaburra balls. Just on the edge of the stands, looking for one for the players to use, because I don't know how that ball's got lost, really. Whether it's gone under one of the stands or something, I'm not too sure. Whether it's jumped up and gone into the stands and down the staircase. But got a new ball out, so leave the one out. It's got to be somewhere on the boundary, surely. I think Georgie Boyce is going to have another look, is she? There's Boyce and I think one of the ground staff out there behind one of the covers, and has she got it? Ah, she has. So after all that, got a new ball out, but eventually managed to find the one that they started with. Well, there's for one ball left of the over. James Carter just having fun with a few of the fans. Got I think softball with him, just throwing a few catches into the crowd. Going for another lap. And the race is on between Carr and Lung versus Gunn and Hazel. At the moment, Gunn and Hazel are in the lead. Going around the southeast terrace. Umpires are just checking the balls here. Not quite sure if they're going to use the new one or the original one. I could imagine they'd use the the one that they started with. One ball left in this Brown. It's been a long one because of that lost ball, but we're ready to go again now. Brown up to the wicket bowls to Heath, cuts this one away into the offside. Out to Laura Marshall, that is, out on deep cover boundary. So a single to end the over takes Heath into the 70s now. 70 not out of 58. And Brown's figures of 1 for 31 of 6.2 overs. Diamonds 248 for 6. 4 overs to go in the first innings of this penultimate Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group match. So one more game each for both these sides in just a few days' time. I thought I felt another drop of rain there. Hopefully not. Doesn't look like it's raining. I wouldn't be surprised if it does rain later on though. Jackson to continue from the Finkel end, right arm over to Heath. Powers this one back down the ground straight to Alex Hartley, who stops it, but the ball just bounces up into her chest, and they go through for another single. Heath to 71. Diamonds 249 for 6. Beth Langston back on strike. 20 not out of 13. Jackson running in. Again, bowls to Langston, drives in front of square. She got that very square. In fact, Dyson just about saving that ball from going to the boundary. Another couple runs to Langston. Brings up the Diamonds 250 as well. 46.2 overs. 15 minutes shy of 3 hours at the crease. Langston 22 of just 14 balls, facing up to Jackson, who bowls, and Langston heaves that away into the onside. Will it be caught out in the deep? No, it's dropped out at long on. Daisy Mullen stops it going for 4. But given the way Langston's going, those couple runs take her to 24. Brings up the 50 partnership as well of just 34 balls. 25 minutes of batting between these two. Had no extras in that as well. Just a couple of 50 partnerships where there have been no extras. Jackson to Heath. Powers this one through the offside, beats the dive of Alex Hartley, goes away for 4 down in front of us here in the pavilion, and another 4 to Beth Langston, sorry. Takes her to 28 off just 16 balls, strike rate of 175. Diamonds 257 for 6. 2 balls left in this Jackson over. 9 runs from it. In Jackson just having a little bit of a chat, just drying the ball. Ready to go again now. Jackson in from the Finkel end up to the stumps. Bowls to Langston, goes inside out over cover. Hasn't got all of it. They'll get one. They'll get a second as well. Dyson throws in to the bowler's end. Another couple runs for Langston, takes her into the 30s. Diamonds 259 for 6. 1 ball left of the 47th. Jackson in now. Slower ball and clipped away by Langston, but straight to short fine leg fielder. So just the 1 run to end the over, and plenty off it as well. 12 runs going off that Laura Jackson over. Langston to 31. Diamonds 260 for 6. Three overs left in the innings as 50 partnership is announced over the speakers. So the Diamonds players warming up to my left. Levick with one of the resistance bands. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of overs from Levick and Smith later on today. Brown into Langston, who tries to go down the ground, gets a thick inside edge. The ball races away down to deep backward square. Good fielding by sub-fielder again. Can't quite tell who that is. It might be Sophia. Is it Sophia Turner? Sophie Turner? Another run for Langston. 32 not out. Heath on strike to Brown, who bowls. Heath heaves that away, back down the ground. On the bounce to Smale, I think, at long on. Another run for Heath, 72. 262 for 6 is the score. 16 balls left in the innings. Can they get up to 275? Brown to Langston to the short ball and heaved away into the offside. Really not got hold of that one at all. Langston, the ball lands a few yards inside the fielding circle. A few yards short of Georgie Boyce as well. Another run to the score. 263 for 6. Brown running in from Lumley end to Heath. Heath cuts this one away. Very fine, slightly edgy. Jackson, a diving stop down at deep third. They think about the second. Langston wanted to come back. Heath quite rightly turns it down. Wouldn't have had time to make a ground at the danger end. Another run to Heath, 73. Diamonds 264 for 6. Brown in again from the Lumley end bowls to Langston. Heaves one up in the air. It should land safe. It does. Smale out at deep mid wicket. They'll go through for a couple of runs. Takes Langston to 35 off just 21 balls. 1 ball left in the 48th. Diamonds 266 for 6. Brown up to the wickets now. Bowls to Langston. Same shot, bit straighter this time. Not quite got all of it. Can't quite see who that is. It might be Alice Dyson. That's another run to end the over. Langston 36, Diamonds 267 for 6. So 2 overs left in the Northern Diamonds innings. They were put into bat, remember, by the Thunder. They've got what seems to be very competitive total on looks to be a slightly used pitch under grey skies here in Durham. Jackson to bowl from the Finkel end to Langston. Puts that one away into the offside, and a good stop by Alice Dyson on the bounce. Getting hit hard by Langston. She moves to 37. Northern Diamonds 268 for 6. Bess Heath back on strike. 11 balls left in the innings. Jackson past the umpire. Bowls to Heath, who clubs this one away into the leg side. They'll get one. She's not timed it, but she's hit it not well enough for it to reach Mullen. And they will come through for another couple of runs. Heath to 75. 270 up now for the Diamonds. And the race between Gunn and Hazel and Carr and Lung has been won by Gunn and Hazel. They're making their way back round the pavilion. Jackson bowls to Heath, a slow ball, who waits for it. And cross batted this one back down the ground. Mullen fields. Another single to Heath, 76 for her, 271 for 6. Jackson runs in again from the thin lane, bowls to Langston again, tries to heave this one into the leg side, it's like bottom edge on it, goes out to Boyce at mid wicket. Another run to the score, 272 for 6. Langston to 38. Elsewhere, the Central Sparks bowled out for 229, having chosen to bat first against the Stars, who was 17 not out in reply. Jackson to bowl to Heath, another slower ball. Heath drives out into the covers. Fielded by a set fielder, just another run. Heath 77, Diamonds 273 for 6. Western Storm made 228 for 7 against the Lightning. At Bristol, Lightning in reply, 20 for 1 in the 5th over. And the Southern Vipers made 309 for 9 against the Sunrise over at Chelmsford. Jackson bowls to Langston, hits his one back. Well, I was going to say back down the ground, but she got it square in that. Will it go for 4 out at deep mid wickets? Oh, it has done. Fielder can't quite stop it. Marshall, I think, out there. Tried to flick it back over the boundary, but get quite enough on it. And her momentum takes the ball over the boundary with Langston to 42. Diamonds 277 for 6. And once again, 9 runs off the over as we see a bit of drizzle come round the ground again. There's 1 over left. I'm not sure if they'll be allowed to start in the rain. Laura Jackson's 10 overs, none for 59, including a maiden. Last over of the innings. Drizzle just coming in here at Chester Street. Natalie Brown to bowl the final over. Diamonds 277 for 6. Brown into Heath, punches this one back down the ground, timed well, but straight out to Dyson. I think that is at long on. Just be a single. Heath to 78. Diamonds themselves 278 for 6. Got Phoebe Graham ready and raring to go if required. 5 balls left in the innings. Katie Levick's padded up as well. It's clipped away by Beth Langston, clipped square, and it will go away for 4 right down in front of us in the Dom Robson Pavilion. Boundary for Beth Langston takes her to 46, just 1 hit away from a second Heyhoe Flint Trophy half century of 2021. 46, which is 25 balls. That's right, weight 176.9. Well, making a name for herself as an all-rounder this year, Beth Langston. 282 for 6 is the score. 4 balls remain in the innings. Brown from the Lumley end bowls to Langston. It's shorter and hit away over the infield, over the offside. Sounded good off the bat, but once again not quite out of the middle for Langston. Just be another 2. Langston to 48, Diamonds 284 for 6. Halfway through this final over, the wind just picks up again a little bit. Drizzle just slowing down slightly. Grey clouds all around us here at Chester Street. Brown to Langston, slower ball and a Yorker, and actually got bat on that. I'm not sure it'll go away for the fine leg. I think she has got bat on that. It goes for 4. It's 50 for Beth Langston off just 28 deliveries. 6 fours. Strike rate of 185.7. Her second 50 of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 2021 trophy. Just 35 minutes at the crease as well. Proper all-rounder Beth Langston is turning into this year. Was averaging 41 with the bat coming into this game. Obviously a lot higher now if she stays not out. 2 balls left. Brown to Langston, drives back down the ground. It once again beats the slide of Alex Hartley. It goes for 4 to the northeast terrace. Another boundary for Langston. 292 for 6. Langston to 56, just 3 runs away, or 4 runs away rather, from bettering her high score. And Phoebe Graham running back up the steps. You can take your pads and pads, gloves and helmet off now. There's just 1 ball left in the innings. There's been 15 runs off this final over so far from Brown. Diamonds can't get 300. Have gone past 290. The bowler, Zella Telford, just getting warm with medicine ball. Long off out on the boundary. Brown, last ball to Langston. Clips this one away into the onside. They should get 1. They try and come back for the second, surely. Smell Fields out at deep mid wicket. They will come back for 2. And the Diamonds finish on 294 for 6, having been put into bat by the funder. Bess Heath finishes on 78 not out off 65 balls. Beth Langston 58 off just 30 as well. Strike rate of 193 for Beth Langston. Brown finishes with 1 for 55 from 8.2 overs. And, well, that is a seriously competitive total. Obviously a decent pitch, having been put into bat. The funder would have wanted them to keep them to a little bit lower than 294. As the crowd applauds. Brilliant knocks from Heath and Langston. They make their way off the field of play. Funder in a huddle just off the edge of the boundary. Chat between Alex Hartley and her players. Crowd stands to Bess Heath and Beth Langston. 78 not out and 58 not out. So the Diamonds to a total of 294 for the loss of 6 wickets here at the Riverside. Funder now coming off, led off by their captain, Alex Hartley. I'll just run you through the scorecard. There will be short turnover, 10-15 minutes or so. Take an early lunch at 1 o'clock. There will still remain a 50 over a side match. But there is a little bit of drizzle around. The players are warming up on the outfield, so should be okay to start as soon as possible. Around about 20 to 3 by my reckoning. Run you through the card there. Put in that fun. Sunrises over at Chelmsford. 5 made 309 for 9 in their 50 overs. 50 for captain Georgia Adams, 50 or 4. Beaten 112. Georgia was 4 and 6. And 29 Paige Schofield as well. 3 for 2 for 20 for Naomi Dudley. And 2 for 59 for Kelly Carter. Sunrise is currently 37 without a loss. 4 Hopefully you can see what's happening. I've got video connection lost on my screen. Don't know about me. What's that? There we go. We're back. I've had a few tech issues today. Hopefully got the line outside. Get the ball to move away quite a bit on Friday against the Western Storm. 2 slips in place, a deep third. Point extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid away. Boys, 145 runs this year's Heyhoe Trophy. One. Couple 50s, probably averaging over 50 now. I'd have to check that. Averaging 18 with the ball coming into this game. 9 wickets. Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Balls to body defence. So again on the leg side. Bowls the ball out to Campbell at mid on. Langston ready again from the Finkel end, running into ball to a little bit low. Bear Langston. The score is 0-0 after 1. Remember, do get in touch with us at North_Diamond, both Twitter and an eye out for it. Hold of it. Smithfield's at mid wicket. There's no runs, 7 dots to start this Thunder innings. Rachael standing up to the stumps for time to Smell. Defends one off the back foot. That's into offside. Langston fields at extra cover. Telford begin to run again from the Lumley and up to the stumps now. Bowls to Smell, who cuts this one into the offside. Hopkins is there. Cover on. There's going to be overthrows. A poor throw from Hopkins goes over the head of Bessie. Phoebe Graham has the run round. They're going to get 2 overthrows as well. So the Thunder are off the mark. They shouldn't have been. Smell is off the mark in a second trophy game. Not the best bit of field. That's probably the first thing that Diamonds have done wrong all day. That overthrow. Or overthrows. Telford in again to Smell. Back she goes. Nudges one into the offside. They'll go through for a single. Callis parries it wide of Hopkins at cover. Another run for Smell. Takes her to 3. It's the Thunder score also to 3. Telford runs in from the Lumley and bowls to Boyce, and a play and a miss outside the off stump. Good ball from Telford again, just getting enough away swing to the right hander. Good take from Bess Heath. Deep third and deep final, the only two players allowed outside. Or only two players, not the only two. Telford bowls to Boyce, who cuts this one away through the offside. That will bring the Thunder their first boundary. Goes out towards the eastern side of the ground. One of the ground staff very kindly flicks that one back over the rope. And concludes the second over. 7 off. It's an expensive one to start from Telford, and the Thunder are 7 without losses. Gust of wind, just it's like a gust, just a breeze really. But it is very cold. I've got my jumper on now. I'm a little bit warmer, but still pretty cold, pretty chilly here up north. Langston to continue from the Finkel end of this Riverside ground. Still 2 slips in place. Big gap at cover if Smell wants to drive. Risks edging it through to Heath behind the stumps, or Armitage, and can't quite see who the other slip fielder is. Langston up to the wicket now, bowls to Smell. Flicks this one into the onside. That could go away for 4. She's timed that really well, has Seren Smale. Goes out towards the old scoreboard. Smith gives chase, but doesn't win the race. So Smell gets her first boundary, takes her to 7. First runs off Langston's bowling. Thunder move to 11. Langston runs in again from Finkel end, bowls to Smell, attempt to cut, and that one keeps a little bit low. Judging by the reaction of Smell, again, good outswing from Langston. Armitage taking herself out of slip. I'm just going down to have a chat with Beth Langston about where do you want your fielders. We are going to have a change. Second slip comes out. Goes over to square leg. Blair Dobson. They're just 19 years old and they're in the slip cordon. Armitage resumes her place at first slip. Langston runs in from Finkel, bowls to Smell. Back in defence. Ball goes out to Dobson at square leg. So a good fielding change skipper. A few more people making their way around the Don Robson Pavilion and through the southeastern terrace. Langston past the umpire to Smell. This is one off the back foot out to Hopkins at extra cover. Another dot ball. Tidy start from Langston. Hasn't really bowled a bad ball. Yeah, he's only her second over, but still Langston to Smell. Punches it from off the back foot into the leg side. Dobson fields once again at square leg. Again, there's no run. Time to around 2:45. Should be done round about 5 o'clock, 5:30. Fingers crossed that there's no more rain. Langston drops a towel as she's running in. Balls to Smell, back in defence. Graham fields at mid-off, end of the third over. There's 4 runs off it. And we've got a helmet coming on for Pess Heath. Butler and Slater, the 12th and 13th players. Jenny Gunn's in a hive as well. Don't see her run on too much after she pulled a muscle or did something, injured something on Friday. Thunder 11 without loss after just the 3 overs. 284 more runs required for them to win it. Run rate of 6 and over. Telford from the Lumley end bowls to Boyce, forward in defence, goes out to Smith at mid wicket. Throws into Heath behind the stumps, who immediately throws it back to Smith. Before the ball makes its way back round the field to Campbell, then to Telford. Walking back to her mark at the Lumley end. Runs in past the umpire to Georgie Boyce, slightly shorter. Boyce cuts, but straight to Callis at backward point. Just got away with one there. Away with one there. Did Telford short and wide. Straight to Callis at backward point. Telford runs in again from the Lumley end. Balls now to Boyce. Attempted drive, given wide, signalled immediately by umpire Ibbotson. Both umpires now have their wide brim hats on. I don't think they both had hats on in the first innings. First extra of the innings. 12 without loss. Telford to Boyce. Back she goes. Out to Langston, extra cover. Again, there's no run. There's still time. Get your tickets, still early in the afternoon. £5 for adults, £1 for juniors. Tickets available on the gate. Telford to Boyce, slightly shorter and cut away, and good stop by Hopkins, saved a certain boundary. Did Hopkins, that was hit quite hard and timed nicely by Georgie Boyce as well. A good diving stop by Hopkins. Watched it well too. That bounced up quite a bit off those used strips. And not easy to field when so many of those wickets have been battered on, bowled on, especially the ends of them. Telford bowls again to Boyce. Slower ball down the leg side. Comes off the pads of Bess Heath. Another wide signalled. 13 for no wicket now, the Thunder. Just one run behind their DLS par of 14. Only 20 overs minimum for a result. Fairly sure we'll get all 20 of those in. Well, we should get all 50 in. Telford did again to Boyce. Punched off the back foot, slightly uppish. Ball goes out to Campbell at mid-on. Another dot ball for Telford. Good over so far, despite those couple of wides. Has gotten away with a couple short wide balls that have been cut to both Callis and Hopkins. Telford in now to Boyce again, slightly shorter, nudged away into the leg side. Smithfield's at mid-wicket, end of the fourth over. And the Thunder are 13 for no wicket. Just Telford's second game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Yet to take a wicket. Play for the first time on a Friday against the Western Storm. Economy of 5.71 and over, slightly expensive. Going at 4.5 now after just the 2 overs though. Langston to continue from the Finkel end. Bowling to Seren Smell, 7 not out off 10 balls. Same field, we've got the slip, deep third, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Short mid wicket and square leg as well. Langston to Smell, clips this one into the leg side, comes off the pads. Half appeal for LBW. Heath runs back and does the fielding, given runs by umpire Adnan. Smell moves to 8, the Thunder 14 without loss. Langston runs in from the Finkel end past the umpire now, bowls to Boyce, who punches this one back straight and sort of a half stop from Campbell. Had Phoebe Graham to back her up, running round from mid-off. Another single to Boyce, 5 not out off 15, Thunder 15 for no wicket. See someone being chased by Wasp down below us in the pavilion. Langston runs in again, bowls to Smell, who was the drive through the offside. That time goes out to Callis once again at point. stuff from Langston so far. 102 this day games, 139 wickets. Average of 21.18, best of 7 for 23. Bowls to Boyce, slightly fuller and Smell, sorry, can't quite get hold of that one. Drives out to Graham at mid-off. Off the toe end of the bat, the inside sort of face of the bat. 280 runs required for the Thunder. Still loads of time to get them though. Langston in from the Finkel bowls to Seren Smell, back in defence. Goes back up the pitch to Langston. 3 dots in a row. 1 ball left in the over. So the 2 runs from it so far. Seren Smell, part of the Thunder Academy, plays for Lancashire and Cumbria in county cricket. Langston in again, bowls to Smell, drives but can only find Hopkins at short extra cover. And another good over from Beth Langston, 2 runs coming off the 5th over. And the Thunder are 15 for no wicketers. Again, Butler and Slater come on in their high vis, give someone a cap. Give Bessie for helmet, give Langston a cap, and then take Telford's cap. A lot of work involved nowadays. You can't just sit there and bring out drinks every now and then or hope to come on as a sub fielder. A lot of work to do in this pandemic world that we're living in at the moment. Armitage's come out of slip now, coming into short mid wicket. Smith moving round to square leg, still fine again, deep third out on the boundaries. Callis at backward points, Hopkins at cover, Langston extra cover. Mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, square leg. Telford to Boyce, plays 1 off the back foot into the offside, straight to Beth Langston. Another dot ball. Langston nearly made 58. 1 run shy of her highest score in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy this year, made 59 not out against the South East Stars. To help the Diamonds win that match with just 2 balls left in that game. Telford bowls to Boyce, plays the 1 off the front foot this time, once again straight to that fielder Beth Langston. Good to see 200 of you tuning into the stream. Tickets available on the gate. £5 adults, £1 juniors. Telford to Boyce, shorter and pulled away by Georgie Boyce. That'll go away for 4. Down past the deep square leg boundary, out towards the Don Robson Pavilion. Jenny Gunn tried to get that one. Georgie Boyce moves to 9 off 18 balls, Thunder 19 for no wicket. Telford 0-13 so far off 15 balls. No change in the field. Telford in from the Lumley end, bowls to Boyce, another short ball and pulled once again by Georgie Boyce in front of square this time. Ball runs out towards the scoreboard. Lindsay Smith has to run and get that one. Boyce moves to 13. Thunder go on to 23 for no wicket. Still 272 runs needed for the Thunder. Northern Diamonds have won 4 of their 5 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games. Lost just the 1 game at the start of the season to the Central Sparks. Highest net run rate out of all the teams as well, 1.2. Thunder meanwhile sitting 6th with just 2 wins from 5 games, 8 points. Net run rate of minus 0.6 as well. Telford to Boyce, once again slightly shorter, punched away to Armitage, who again sort of half stops it. Campbell runs round from mid-on to tidy up. Slightly too short for him. Telford this over, has got away with a couple on the offside, stopped by Callis and Hopkins, but on the leg side, and Boyce is putting away nicely. Telford. Boyce this one footer and looks to drive and gets an outside edge. Levick's running round from deep third and attempts to dive, but ball just makes its way over the boundary. Gives Boyce her third 4 of the over. Takes her on to 17. They're under 27 for no wickets. And Telford 0 for 21. I'm afraid was the whole flurry of players in high fizz run onto the pitch. 4 of them, to be precise. I get a drink for 2 batters. Only 6 overs gone. You see, I mean, Butler, Slater. I can't quite see who the other one is. I think the other 12 players are wearing Jenny Gunn's shirt, but Jenny Gunn sat down in a big puffer jacket down to my left. Will be Langston to continue her spell. 3 overs, 0 for 6 so far from the Finkel end. And 27 not out after 6. 1 slip in place. Langston bowls to Smell. Attempt to flick down the leg side. Nothing on it though. Will be given wide by umpire Adnan. Another run to the score. 28. No wicket. First wide Langston's bowled today. Jogging on the spot for beginning her run up to the crease now. Bowls to Smell. Another one that keeps low. Smell just about gets bat on that off the toe of the bat. Out to Hopkins at cover. And a bit of variable bounce in this pitch. We saw one fairly early on in the Diamonds and it's just pop up a little bit on, I think it was Rachael Hopkins. Play forward in defence and just came off the sort of the sticker of the bat. This time round keeping low. Langston to Smell, who drives out to Graham at mid-off, looks for the single. Graham comes round to cut off any scoring opportunity. Smell 8 not out off 17. Langston starts to run again from the Finkel end. That's the umpire now. Bowls to Smell, who clips this one away through the onside. Beats Lindsay Smith. Dobson's giving chase. Go through for a couple of runs. Takes Smell into double figures. The Thunder move to 30. Yorkshire now 14 for 2 in Division 1 of the County Championship against Warwickshire. Northants 182 for 8 against Durham over at Wantage Road. Langston into Smell, drives in the offside this time once again. Finds Phoebe Graham lurking at mid-off. Another dot ball for Langston, 0 for 9, her figures so far. South East Stars 44 for 3 in reply to Central Sparks 229 all out over at Worcester. Langston in again to Smell, who again looks to drive slightly off the inside face of the bat. Ball goes out to Campbell at mid-on. It's the 3 runs from this over so far, 1 ball remaining in it. Lightning 58 for 4 in pursuit of 229 set by the Western Storm. Sophie left making 70. Langston to Smell, clips into the leg side again. A good diving stop by Dobson, rolling round in front of the umpire at square leg. End of the 7th over. The Thunder 30 for no wickets. Langston 0 for 9 with 4 overs including a maiden. Telford 0 for 21 off 3 overs, and it looks like we're going to see a bit of a bowling change. It looks like it will be Lindsay Smith to bowl from the Lumley end of the ground. So the first bit of spin today. Someone in a big raincoat runs on to the pitch, not quite sure what's going on, whether it's a drink or one of the players has picked up an injury. Looks like it. I think it's Rachael Slater just taken off her high vis, ready to come onto the pitch. Not quite sure who's injured, whether it's Telford or someone that's not Telford. So it looks like Telford's going to bowl. Once again, I thought it was Lindsay Smith for a second. Was it Lindsay Smith? Both of them are making their way sort of to the bowler's mark. It looks like it will be Lindsay Smith as she goes down to pick up the bowler's marker. Telford situated at mid-off. And who is it that's coming off the pitch? It looks like Leah Dobson actually. So taken, it's a bit of a cut after that dive at square leg. Saved a couple runs and a few injuries over the last few games. Jenny gone on Friday. And Hannah Jones had one crashing into boot as Smith bowls to Boyce, who cuts this one off the back foot. More of a punch really, out to Langston at extra cover. Sunrisers 86 for 1 in reply to Vipers 309 for 9. Smith left arm round the wicket to Boyce, forward in defence she comes. Once again Langston does the fielding. Some smiling as she comes off the pitch, so hopefully she will be able to get back out there. Slater on as a sub-fielder for the moment. Smith left arm round to Boyce once again. Defends back into the offside. Boyce 17 not out, 24. Smell 10 not out at the other end. 3 balls to start. Lindsay Smith spell, left arm round once again from the lonely end. Tossed up, Boyce drives, but only finds Smith. Drawn back to the bowler. And there's no run. Excellent start for Smith, right on the money with these first 4. And again now to Boyce once again, tossed up. Same ball, same shot, same result, driven back to Smith. Again a dot ball. Can Smith start with a maiden over? Left on round once again to Boyce. Punched off the back foot once again to Langston. So really 3 players involved in that over, Smith, Boyce and Langston. And Smith does indeed start with a maiden. Thunder off 30 for 0 after 8 overs. 265 more runs required of 42 for the Thunder to take their 3rd win in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy tournament rather, trophy. There we go. Langston to bowl her 5th over from the Finkel end, 0 for 9. For 4 overs at the moment. So all the slip in place, deep 3rd, points, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, deep fine leg. Spell looks to drive through the offside, but when he gets the inside edge of the bat, ball goes back up to Langston. We just heard that Thompson has a slight cut in one of her knuckles, but should be okay to come back on. Langston right arm over to Smell, drives better this time, but once again straight to a fielder. Rachel Hopkins at short extra cover. Dobson making her way back down the steps. A couple of bits of tape or bandaging on her right hand. Langston running in from the Finkel end past the umpire now, bowls to Smell once again, looks to drive, gets an inside edge out to Slater, the sub-fielder at square leg. Another dot ball for Langston, 3 dot balls again to start the over. Good pressure from the Diamonds these last couple of overs. Required run rate up at 6.4 runs per over, but there's still plenty of time for that to change. Langston right arm over to Smell, back she goes once again. Another one that keeps slightly low. Smell just playing that one a little bit late as well. Score remains 30 for naught. 2 balls left in the 9th over. Ultimate over before the end of the power play. These 2 fielders are outside the circle for the next 8 balls. Langston to Smell. Comes that one away into the onside. A good stop by Lindsay Smith at short mid wicket. And can Langston have another maiden? Slight change in the field. Hopkins moving around to sort of a regular cover. Armitage coming out of slip into short extra cover. Last ball of the over for Langston. Right arm over. Slower ball this time by Smell. Straight to Armitage at short extra cover. And it's a second maiden for Beth Langston. 5 overs, 0 for 9. And 2 maidens. Excellent pressure from the experienced opening bowler. And Dobson is coming back onto the field. Rachael Slater resuming 12th player duties. Donning the high of his vest yet again. Will be Smith to continue from the Lumley end. Also a maiden to start with for Lindsay Smith. 2 maidens in a row for the Diamonds. Wants to keep this pressure on. Boys, 145 runs. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this year. Shorter ball from Smith, cut away. Half stopped by, can't quite see, I think it's Rachel Hopkins there. Still at short extra cover. Floodlights really are bright. You never realise how bright they are until you're actually at it. Again, this one tossed up by Smith, played into the onside by Boyce. Once again, Langston doing the fielding. It's just those 2 that seem to want to be involved in Smith's bowling. That was Dobson at short extra cover. Now goes out on the boundary. Deep cover. I think that's Hopkins coming in inside the circle at short extra cover. Smith bowls to Boyce, looks to drive, beats fielder at short extra cover. Amy Campbell it is actually. Telford's in chase, but it can't get there. Ball wins the race and goes away for 4 down towards the north-eastern terrace. Similar spot where Boyce herself had to look for that ball after, I think it was Langston who drove that one away in one of the last few overs of Diamond's innings. Another 4 to the score, Boyce to 21. Under 34 for naught. The first run for, well, at least 2 overs. At least 14 balls, probably longer. Boyce just taking a little bit of time. I think there is another slight bit of drizzle in the air. Smith round the wicket to Boyce, who cuts it, beats the dive of Campbell, but Dobson's out there on the boundary. They come back for a second. It's like loopy throw for Dobson, but they come home safely for 2 runs. Boyce to 23 now, under 36 for no wicket. Smith in again from Alumni, and this one a little bit flatter. Boyce defends into the offside. Another dot ball off Smith's bowling. 6 runs coming from this over. 1 ball left of the power play. Smith to Boyce, looks to drive through the offside, doesn't quite get it out to the middle of the bats, and Campbell fields once again at short extra cover. Ends the power play under 36 for naught. Required run rate now sitting at 6.5 runs per over. 259 more runs for the Thunder to need, for the Thunder to win rather, of 40 overs. 4 runs behind a DLS par score. Not that really matters at this stage. Need 20 overs for there to be a result. Should get those in. I'm sure the umpires will, if it does chuck it down at some point, the umpires will try to get the over 10 overs in. Change of bowling. Langston's down in the power play. 5 overs, 0 for 9. Phoebe Graham to take over from the Finkland bowls, and it starts with a short ball which is cut away off the back foot by Seren Smell. Hopkins giving chase down towards us in the pavilion. Diving stop, sliding stop by Hopkins keeps the batters to just 2, takes Smell on to 12. Under 38 for naught. Graham starts a run again. Bowls to Smell once again, slightly short. Back in defence goes Smell. Ball goes back up the pitch. Graham fields off her own bowling. No slip in place. We've got deep third. Got a point to deep cover. Armitage in a short extra cover. Langston at mid off. Campbell mid on. Smith mid wicket. Dobson deep square leg. Graham to Smell. Goes for a big drive and caught behind. Gone. That's the first wicket for the Diamonds. A loose drive from Seren Smale. She goes for 12 in just her second game for the Thunder. And a good low catch from Bessie. If the ball only just carried another one that's kept rather a little bit low. And the first breakthrough for the Diamonds. Smell goes for 12, 30 balls, and the Thunder are 38 for 1. Applause for Smell as she makes her way off. Rachael 44 runs in 5 innings in this year's Heyhoe Flint Trophy, average of 8.8, not the season she would have wanted. Strike rate of 46.8 as well, so again lower than she would like. High score of 31. Start of the season, 48 games, 45 innings, 605 runs, average of 14. 2 list A 50s to a name as well, but one of the more experienced players in this Thunder side. Kept extremely well during the Diamonds innings. Phoebe Graham in again from the Finkland bowls to Rachael, leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Heath, more of a regular height that time. She's probably resisting the urge to put herself back in at slip. See one of the photographers makes his way round the northeast terrace. Feet Graham into Rachael, nudges this one into the onside. I'll go through for 1. Smith gives chase. Dobson running in from the boundary as well. Just be a single to get Rachael off the mark. Takes the Thunder to 39 for 1. Hopkins goes out on the boundary now for Boyce. 23 not out of 33. Decent start by Georgie Boyce. Graham in again, bowls to Boyce, goes back, and once again another one. Just keeps a little bit lower than Boyce was expecting. It's the end of the 11th over, first over outside the power play, and a successful one for Phoebe Graham and the Diamonds. 1 wicket, and just the 3 runs coming off it as well. Thunder 39 for 1. After 11 overs. Looks like it will be Lindsay Smith to continue her spell from the Lumley end, 0 for 6 off 2. One of which was a maiden over, the first over she bowled. Slip in place for Rachael, Armitage in there. Callis at backward point, Dobson on the boundary in the covers. Cam then at short extra cover, Telford off. Graham moved on. Smith bowls to Rachael, clips his one into the leg side. Hopkins running in from the boundary. Ball runs over those used wickets. Another run for Rachael. Thunder move to 40 for 1. Smith left arm round the wicket again to Boyce, plays forward to this one. Ball goes out to Stair Callis at point. Armitage probably crouching down at slip. Almost looked like a sort of an L shape from here. Gets slowed down. Smith bowls to Boyce. Drives this one out to Telford at mid-off. Tossed up by Smith, enticing that drive. Boyce controlling it well though, making sure it stays along the carpet. Smith in between the umpire and the stumps. Bowls to Boyce, slightly shorter and cut away, and just beats the dive of Stair Callis. Dobson's running round from the covers. Can she stop it? She will just flick it back inside. The boundary rope down below the old scoreboard. Another couple runs for Georgie Boyce. Takes her to 25. Under 42 for 1. Telford going out. The long off boundary. 2 balls left in the over. Dobson and Hopkins still sweeping either side of the wicket. Smith bowls to Boyce, tosses this one up. Campbell picks up cleanly, one-handed. Throws back into Bess Heath. Another dot ball for Lindsay Smith. Under 19 runs behind a DLS score at the moment. Smith left arm round to Boyce, tosses one up again. Boyce looks to drive, slightly upish. Dobson fields on the boundary, just another single for Georgie Boyce to end the 12th over. Boyce to 26. Under 43 for 1. Top 30 players once again run on to the pitch. One takes Bess Heath's helmet, one gives her a cap, and then Phoebe Graham gives a cap to Butler as well. Deep third out on the boundary. Callis at point. Hopkins deep cover. Armitage in at short extra cover, as she usually is. Beth Langston mid off. Amy Campbell mid on. Lindsay Smith mid wicket. Leah Dobson square leg. This one down the leg side from Graham, given wide by Adnan. Ella Telford, the other fielder, down at deep fine leg. It was 44 for 1 in the 12th over. 251 more runs for the Thunder to need and for them to win. Don't know why I keep saying need. Graham to Boyce, looks to drive through the offside. Slightly wide, but just inside those blue tram lines. Bowling from Graham so far, 1 for 4. After not the best day out on Friday, a little bit expensive. Went around about 7 over on Friday against the Storm. Did Phoebe Graham in and out of Boyce. Plays one off the back foot into the leg side. Smith fields once again with wicket. Another dot ball for Phoebe Graham. It was announced she came into bowl. She got a huge cheer from some of the supporters situated in the pavilion. And the shelter as well, good place to be. Graham bowls to Boyce again, sort of looks to drive, then just about softens the hands. Ball goes to Armitage at short extra cover. Graham runs in from the Finclair and bowls to Boyce. Once again, forward in defence comes Georgie Boyce. Another dot ball for Graham. 4 dot balls in a row. Still 2 balls left, the wide at the start of the over. Looks to me as though Phoebe Graham has gotten rid of a sort of squatted start that she has done at the start of the season. There's no pause, just runs in now. Ball. Short ball from Georgie Boyce. Got hold of that one. It goes out to Dobson on the bounce. Another run for Boyce. She moves to 27. Under 45 for 1. Phoebe Graham does like to take a few short balls in. Yeah, the batter's sniffing those white Kookaburra balls. See the Wasp now hounding a couple of other spectators. Graham into Fraukaud, clips into the leg side. More work for Dobson out in the deep. Should just be a single, it will. Another run for Fraukaud, takes her to 3. End of the 13th over, under 46-1, so 7 more overs until we can definitely get a result in. Okay, it's not forecast to rain, but then again it wasn't really forecast earlier. We had 10% chance of rain on the Met Office app. And it's still 50 overs aside despite a rain delay earlier on, but the floodlights are on and we've got plenty of time left to play. Although if it could be done by 6:30, that'd be much appreciated by me. Don't want to miss the train home. Smith to continue from the Lumley end, bowls left arm round the wicket to Rachael, goes back, punches this one into the offside. Campbell once again with a clean one-handed pickup over there at short extra cover. Quiet run rate creeping up towards 7 over, currently sitting at 6.8. Smith in now to Rachael, this one tossed up. Rachael drives, finds the fielder at mid-on. Do get in touch at North _ Diamond. Smith into Rachael, plays the one off the back foot. Back up the pitch, Smith fields off her own bowling. At North _ Diamonds on Twitter and Instagram. It's our last home game, so game against the Southern Vipers. Rachael drives this one out into the onside. Langston fields at mid-wicket. Let's have a look when the last round of fixtures are. I believe they're the 18th. I'm not 100% sure because that clashes with T20 Finals Day. Slight change in the field. Got no fine leg now, so Levick moves around to point. Canis in at short extra cover. Campbell at sort of regular cover. Smith to Rachael, cuts his one and gets it fine. Beats Levick, who's running away down towards the southeastern stand. Puts in the dive and just about flicks it back inside the boundary rope. Great fielding from Levick and Dobson. Good teamwork out there between those two. 3 more runs for Rachael though, takes her to 6. Under 1 run shy of their collective half century. Good fielding from Levick. Had a long way to run back there, probably 30-40 yards. Smith into Boyce, drives the one out to Telford, out long off, just be the single. Brings up the Thunder's 50 after 14 overs, 48 minutes of batting. Not that there's much applause, I don't think the crowd have realised either that or they're very partisan, very supportive of their home side. Boyce 28 not out, 45 balls, good start from her. She'll want to kick on in the next few overs or so. Rachael just getting going, 6 not out off 9. Phoebe Graham to continue to bowl her 3rd over from the Finkland, figures of 1 for 6 off the first 2 overs. Running in now, bowls to Boyce, clips his one into the leg side. Smith once again in the action at mid-wicket. Just making his way back to Phoebe Graham. Again, there's no squadded start from Graham, so she worked on with one of the coaches. Bowls to Boyce, who carves this one through the offside. Beats the dive of Holly Armitage. Ball makes its way over the boundary rope down towards us in the Don Robson Pavilion. And another boundary for Georgie Boyce. She moves into the 30s, 32 not out from 47. And the Thunder 54 for 1. Good shot from Boyce. It wasn't exactly a half volley either, that ball. Graham past the umpire again now. Bowls to Boyce, blazes off the back foot. Graham fields off for him bowling and a follow through. Indeed, it is the Saturday the 18th of September, the last round of group matches, then the eliminator semi-final on the 22nd. Graham bowls again to Boyce, plays forward, gets an inside edge out to Smith at mid-wicket. Another dot ball, and then the final on Saturday the 25th of September over at Wantage Road in Northampton. All of these games are 10:30 starts as well, so set your alarm clocks, put it in your calendars, diaries, whatever people use. I'm playing a miss outside the off stump by Georgie Boyce. Good bowling from Phoebe Graham to sort of punch that into the offside. Just beats the outside edge of Boyce's bat. 4 dot balls in the over from Graham. 4 runs coming off it. Just 1 ball left in the 15th over. Graham in now to Boyce, clips his one away, behind square on the leg side. Telford's running round from 5 leg to pick up and throw back into Bess Heath. Another run for Boyce, end of the 15th over. 5 runs coming off it. The Thunder are 55 for 1. 240 more runs to win. Almost said to need again. Acquired run rate still creeping up. 6.9 now, currently going at 3.7. Still 35 overs for the Thunder to rectify that. 295 is the target for the Thunder. Dunham's making 294 for 6. Bess Heath with 75 not out. Beth Langston 58. Smith bowls from the Lumley end, bowls to Boyce, punches it for the back foot into the onside. Slight fumble from Graham at mid-on. Still remains a dot ball. Smith left arm round to Boyce, drives into the offside, stopped by Langston. Short extra cover. This field, Smith looking to bowl a sort of 4/5 stump line, and she is again cut away by Boyce, but straight to Campbell in the offside, sort of hovering on those 25-yard sort of discs. Smith in between the umpire and the stumps, bowls to Boyce, plays one again out to Campbell in the offside. 4 dots in a row for Lindsay Smith. Is Georgie Boyce going to just play this one out? Is she going to look to go big? Phoebe Graham moving back out to long on. Smith in again now to Boyce. Another one that just keeps low. Boyce looking to punch it away off the back foot. Gets off the toe end of the bat. Ball goes out to Langston at short cover. Last ball of Smith's over. Here she is now. Balls to Boyce. Defends into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single. Fairly easy in the end. Campbell couldn't quite get round in time. Boyce moved to 34. 1 run off that 16th over. Thunder 56 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Saren Smale going caught behind by Bess Heath off the bowling of Phoebe Graham, and Graham's first over. Will be Graham to continue from the Thinkle end. Same field, got Levick at deep third, Callis point. Hopkins just moving around to a right at cover, or deep cover rather. Artich at extra cover, Langston mid off. Campbell mid on, Graham into Boyce. Again off the inside face of the bat. Look to cut that one away through the offside. Short and wide outside off stump, but no timing on that one by Georgie Boyce. Ball out to Smith at mid wicket. Graham in again now, bowls to Boyce, looks to cut that one away through the offside, gets hold of it this time. Ball goes out to Hopkins at deep cover. Another run for Boyce, takes her to 35. Under 57 for 1 in reply to the Diamonds 2, 94. So just telling Hopkins to come back up inside. Fielding circle. Graham runs in again from the Finkland, past the umpire, bowls to Rachael, looks to guide this one away down to sort of deep backward point area, playing a miss, goes through to Bess Heath. Another dot ball for Phoebe Graham. Starts to run again, past the umpire now, bowls to Rachael, looks to play the same sort of shot, a half appeal from Callis at backward point. Sort of toying with Rachael a little bit here, like, it's there if you want it. But could feather an edge behind to Bess Heath. Graham just the 1 wicket so far into Heyhoe Flint Trophy games, over 83. Graham in now to Rachael again. 3 balls on the same spot, same shot played by Rachael. All 3 of them missed and go through to Bess Heath. Graham meanwhile 4 games in Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup, 4 wickets, average of 19.75, economy of just 6 and over. Graham in again to Rachael, fuller this time. Rachael drives, but back to Graham, he gets a hand on it, ball goes out to Campbell at mid-on. And another good over from Phoebe Graham, with just the 1 run coming from it. She's 1 for 12 off 4. And applause from some of the crowd as well. One of the umpires is running off here. We're going to have a little bit of a drinks break by the looks of things. 17 overs gone. Again, if you are watching, you are listening along, you get in touch at North_Diamonds on Twitter and Instagram. Can at myself at Wes N Spearman. Again on Twitter and Instagram. Try and read out your questions, comments, whatever you have to say. If you're into F1, apparently Hamilton and Verstappen have crashed in the Italian Grand Prix. Have to watch that one back a bit later. Elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the South East Stars 88 for 4 in reply to the Central Sparks 230 all out. Just check the full scorecard of that game. Alice Capsey currently 26 not out. Eddie Cranston made 18, Bryony Smith 16, Kirsty White 13. 2 wickets for Georgia Davis, 2 for 20. Izzy Wong 1 for 27. Must have been run out, yeah, Eddie Cranston run out by subfielder. Have a look at the other scores. Lightning 91 for 5 in response to the Storm's 228 for 7. As if the Riverside has just brightened up just a touch. I'm going to have a change of bowling from the Lumley end. It will be Katie Levick to replace Lindsay Smith, so spinner for spinner. Some discussion about where Smith is going to go in the field. Sarah Bryce made 27 for the Lightning. Lucy Heim 20 not out. Teresa Graves 17. 1 wicket apiece for Claire Nicholas, Lauren File and Nicole Harvey and Danny Gibson. So some discussion going on between Smith and Levick as to where she's going. Falco just playing a few shadow drives. Still waiting for one of the umpires. Actually, umpire Adnan, whether he's had to go to the toilet or something, I don't know. Okay, so we're just waiting on Hassan Adnan to come back from whatever it is he had to do, or is doing. Try and find that last game going on in Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Ah, here he comes back out now. Let's get the Vipers versus the Sunrise. Vipers made 309 for 9, unbeaten 112 from George Elwood. Raises his hand by Radman to the ground. A few cheers as well. Assume he had to go to the toilet. Applause from spectators as well. Great to see. And play can finally get underway again. The Sunrisers were 157 for 1 in reply to the Vipers. 309. Cordelia Griffith 82 not out of just 70 balls. Ray Scrivens was bowled by Georgia Adams for 30. Alice McLeod currently 34 not out, so the Sunrisers could get their first win. Levick's first ball is defended back up the pitch by Georgie Boyce. Umpire Adnan's got a walkie-talkie or something, not quite sure what's going on. Levick, right arm over to Boyce, tossed up. And Boyce places one into the onside. Campbell fields at mid-wicket. Just a blisteringly cold breeze going on here at Chester Street. Levick in again, really tossed up this one. Boyce drives but finds Smith at short cover. 3 dots to start Levick's spell. Boyce 35 not out of 62. Under 57 for 1. Levick over the wicket. Boyce once again drives and good diving stop by Smith. Can't stop the single though. Telford moves around to tidy things up. So playing with a balloon in the stands down below us. Score moves to 58 for 1. Boyce to 36. Levick into Frauke, slightly shorter. Frauke goes back, punches this one out to Smith once again. A short extra cover. Hopkins out on the boundary. Langston deep mid wicket as well. Dobson still out on the far side of the ground. Levick tosses this one up. Frauke drives out to Graham at mid on. And the end of Levick's first over. That was very quick. It's just the 1 run coming off Levick's first 6 balls. Under 58 for 1. After 18 overs, so just 2 overs to go until we can get a result here at the Riverside. I keep saying that, but every time I've said it, it seems to be brightening up just slightly. It's still pretty grey and gloomy, but the clouds don't seem to be as grey and as angry as they were, say, 2 hours ago. Graham to continue from the Finkel end. Bowling to Georgie Boyce, who's 36 not out. Boyce pulls this one away, or just gets a hand on it, does Amy Campbell. Can't stop it going away for 4 though. Ball goes out to Southern Terrace here at the Riverside. Number 4 for Georgie Boyce, takes her into the 40s now. Under 62 for 1, and Georgie Boyce has got 40 of them. Another short ball from Graham, pulled away, timed pretty well by Boyce, perhaps slightly straighter than she intended. Still gets the result she wanted though. Graham running in again from Finkel, past the umpire, bowls to Boyce, cuts this away out to Callis, who fields cleanly at backward point. Saves a few runs, maybe even 4 of them. Mason really working on that ball, trying to shine it as much as he can. Well, Graham gets back to a mark, ready again now. Running in to Boyce, bowls. Boyce drives nicely and through the offside. Hopkins is there though, protecting that deep cover boundary. Another run for Boyce, moves to 41. Thunder meanwhile 63 for 1. Frauke 6 not out of 15. They're just having a bit of a chat there with Bessie, wicketkeeper to wicketkeeper. Graham into bowl to Frauke. Again looks to cut this one away. Is it square? Goes straight to Callis at point. Another dot ball for Graham against Frauke. Graham ready again now from the Finkland. Bowls to Frauke, who drives straight, but straight to Campbell at mid-on. Third up ball of the over. Hopkins going back out on the deep cover boundary, in for 1 ball, out for the next. Just enjoying themselves down below to below to our right. Graham into ball to Rachael. Back she goes. Defends up to Langston at mid-on. 5 runs coming off the 19th over. Graham's figures 1 for 17 off 5. And the Thunder are 63 for 1. More swapping of caps and how much players running on and off the field every over. All like clockwork. His 12th and 13th player duties. Someone with a beanie down to one of the Thunder players or coaching staff. A nice red beanie. Levick to continue from the Lumley end. Balls to Boyce, cuts this one out to Callis at point, who does well to stop that. Saved just a single in the end. Dobson's out there on the boundary. But you never know what's going to happen. Could come down to the last run. Levick in again now. Balls to Boyce. Back she goes. Defends his one into the offside. Callis runs into field again. A couple of the Thunder players just waved to spectators down below us. Levick right arm over to Boyce. Oh, that one seemed to grip from Levick, and it did definitely turn. Pitch round about middle, beat the bat. Good take from Heath, with the bows off as well, though Boyce's foot was firmly planted inside the crease. Good stuff from Levick. Freed up balls yet again. It's the 1 run conceded so far for Levick. This one shorter and a missed pull by Boyce. Once again, that one turning quite a bit. Pitch round about middle and leg. Turn went over the off stump. Slightly shorter from Levick that time round. This one's fuller and beats the bat. There's a pill for LBW. Let's have a look. Probably pitched outside leg on, by the looks of things, on the stream. Definitely did straighten though. Maybe just going down the leg side, or as I say, pitching outside leg. Levick in again to Boyce. This one's clipped fine behind square. Armitage has got to give chase from slip. The ball's running away across the boundary towards the media centre. Armitage puts it in the dive but can't stop the ball from going over the boundary rope. It's another 4 off the bat for Georgie Boyce. Takes her to 45, under 67 for 1. And that's 20 overs gone, so whatever happens now, we will get a result. And the Thunder 67 for 1, DLS target of 95, so they are behind at the moment. $30 overs left, and imagine we get most, if not all of them, because it does seem to be looking a little bit brighter on both sides of the ground, the north and the south side. Graham continues from the Finkel end, bowling her 6th over. In now to Rachael, takes a couple steps down, clips one out to Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket. Much better outing this time round from Graham, 1 for 17. Going to an expensive day out on Friday against the Storm. 2:28 to win for the Thunder. Graham in now to Rachael. Short arm jab. Played out to Dobson on the leg side boundary. They're going to come through for a second run. Number 2 to Rachael. Takes her to 8. Thunder 69 for 1. Acquired run rate now up above 7. Creeping towards 8 actually. It's 7.6. Current run rate 3.4. Graham in now to Rachael. Rachael looks to play that cut shot yet again. Just play behind square on the offside, but once again misses, and the ball goes through to Heath behind the stumps. Does seem to like that shot, does Rachael. Yet to properly get hold of one of those cuts. Graham in again now, and again sort of drives this one off the back foot out to Hopkins at sort of a cover point really than a genuine cover. Going out on the boundary now. Hopkins said, yeah, you fielded that one. Out you go onto the boundary rope. 2 balls left in the over. Dobson out on the boundary as well on the leg side. Deep fine leg, deep third as well. Graham to Rachael. Rachael drives off the edge and just evades the dive of Stair Callis at backward point. The ball will run away across the outfield down towards the health centre on the northwest side of the Riverside. And it's a streaky boundary for Rachael. Takes her into double figures, moves her on to 12. And the Thunder 73 for 1. But not convincing from Rachael. Not been in the best form this season. Average, as I say, 8.8 coming into this game. And the Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Graham in again now. Rachael drives, but gets an inside edge. Goes out to Dobson on the leg side boundary. Come through for another single. End of the 21st over. 7 runs coming off at Graham's figures now. 1 for 24 off 6. Rachael on to 13. The Thunder 74 for 1. Brings Boyce back on strike. 1 hit away from her half century. That will be a second half century of the year to go for 91 earlier on this year. Rachel Hopkins is having a drink from down below. It's out on boundary rope. Will be Levick to continue from the Lumley end. Well, 2 overs, 0 for 5 so far. Levick to Rachael, tosses this one up. Appeal for LBW, loud appeal given! Levick gets the breakthrough. Rachael has to go for 13. Looked very, very close from where I'm sat. Applause from around the Riverside ground as well. Tossed up. Rachael looking to play this one into the onside. Ball straightened and well, hit probably middle of middle. That one, it was. It certainly looked very, very close. So Levick has the break with the Thunder 74 for 2. And Levick has her first 1 for 5 off 2.1 overs. Rachael is gone for 13. Poor season continues for Rachael. Hit to score above 50. The Heyhoe Flint Trophy this year. Takes past the 50 run mark. But after 6 innings, she wanting well, more than double that or even triple the amount of runs she's got. But it will be Daisy Mullen to make her first appearance for the Thunder in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Played 4 games in the Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup. 42 runs, average of 14. Best of 26. She's got plenty of time to play herself in, but that required run rate still sneaking up to towards 8. Currently it's 7.7. The wind picks up just again a little bit here. It's trying to blow my notes away. Got the phone weighing them down, thankfully. I'm situated outside on sort of the balcony, if you like. Levick over the wicket to Mullen. Back in defence she goes. He goes out to a vacant sort of city point sort of area, if you like. Rachael does the field. Not Rachael. Heath does the fielding. Wicketkeeper does the fielding. Levick in again from the Lumley end, tosses this one up. Mullen clips into the onside. She's off the mark in her first Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. Hopkins fields at square leg. Some of the players sat outside, well, on the edge of the boundary. Must be absolutely freezing. Because if I'm up here and I'm in a, well, mostly enclosed environment, they must be absolutely, well, shivering really. Boyce drives this one out to Telford at mid-off. Another run for Boyce, takes her to 46. Just a boundary away from second Heyhoe Flint Trophy 50. Thunder 76 for 2. Levick bowls to Mullen and beats everyone. Heath gets a glove on it. Can't stop them from going through for wides, given down the leg side from Levick. Another 2 runs to the score, 78 for 2. Boyce back on strike. Can she get to the half century? This ball, there's 2 balls left in the over. Levick bowls to Boyce. Has to work this one into the onside. Another wide given by umpire Robertson. Slight fumble from behind the stumps as well by Bess Heath. Levick bowls from the Lumley end. Boyce cuts, but finds Smith at short extra cover. Another dot ball for Levick. Bowled really well so far, 1 for 10. Going towards the end of her 3rd over. Levick into bowl to Boyce. Drives this one, but straight to Phoebe Graham, I think there's no Amy Campbell at mid wicket. And the end of the 22nd over, a successful one for Katie Levick. These are 1 for 10 after 3. The fund is 79 for 2. 22 overs gone, still 28 left in the day. Time coming up to 10 to 4. 216 runs more for the funder to win, to take their 3rd victory. If they can get there, but currently going at 3.6 runs and over, required run rate 7.7. Graham to bowl her 7th over straight through from the Finkel end. Another one of the funder players joins some of her teammates down below on the boundary edge. No jumper on either. God, we really are in the north, aren't we? Graham bowls to Daisy Mullen, drives this one out to Smith at mid wicket. A lot of work to do as Lindsay Smith and Beth Langston and Rachel Hopkins. Just covering mid wicket seemed to be getting a lot of work in this innings. So as you would expect, I suppose. There's good bowling, which it has been for Phoebe Graham. 1 for 24 so far. Digged down and edged by Mullen. Goes down to Levick on a deep 3rd boundary. Another run for Mullen. Doubles her score. Moves on to 2. Funder move to 80 for 2. Hopkins goes out on the boundary, as does Campbell at long on. Levick comes back up inside the circle at short 3rd. Graham ready again now, runs in from the Finkel end, bowls to Georgie Boyce, who drives out to Campbell on the long on boundary. Another run to the score. Boyce moves to 47, under 81 for 2. I'm just trying my best not to not to shiver too much. It's absolutely freezing here in Durham. I wonder if it's like this anywhere else in the country. If you can't tell by my accent, I am not from the north. Countryside of Oxfordshire. Slip in place for Daisy Mullen. Smith moving around to middle wicket. Graham right arm over to Mullen. Yorker well dug out by Mullen. Another dot ball for Graham. 2 runs off her 4 balls this over so far. Graham ready again now from the Finkel end, running into bowl to Mullen. Bowls now. And it goes back, and this is one back down to her feet. Another dot ball for Graham, 3rd one of the over. Hopkins moving out towards the deep cover boundary for the last ball of Graham's 7th over. I wonder if she'll have a bit of a break after this one. Maybe see the return of Smith, maybe Langston perhaps. Graham into bowl to Mullen, slightly short attempted pull by Mullen, only just goes over the top of the stumps. And applause for Phoebe Graham, just misses the off stump, that one. Never get over from Graham, just a 2 runs from it, 1 for 26 from her 7 overs. The fund to 81 for 2 after 23 overs, nearing the halfway stage of their running. Still 214 more runs to win. And they're 40 runs behind that with Lewis' score. Levick to bowl her 4th over from the Lumley end. No fine leg and no 3rd in place for the leg spinner. Boyce just doing teapot as she waits for the field to get set. So ready now. Levick into ball, slightly shorter. Boyce cuts this one out to Smith at cover. Feels like she's missed out on a scoring opportunity with a cut shot today as Boyce always seem to go to hand in the field. Levick in again now, tossed up. Boyce drives out to Telford at long off. Go through 4. Another single, 48 runs to Boyce now. 78 balls, Fundamy to 82 for 2. Telford comes back inside the circle for Daisy Mullen, just the 7 balls faced, 2 runs scored. Slightly shorter from Levick. Mullen cuts once again to Lindsay Smith. Probably done the most work out of any of the fielders, or handled the ball the most times by the looks of things. Levick, and again gets through rows quickly. Mullen sweeps out to Hopkins on the deep square leg boundary. Shadow spin from Armitage. Hopkins does well to respond. Mullen gets her 3rd run, found at 83 for 2. Applause from the crowd, brings Boyce back on strike. 48 not out for Georgie Boyce. Long on and long off. Go out now. Levick into bowl. Mullen cuts into the offside. They'll get one. Smith runs round from cover. Picks that one up. Boyce moves to 49. Under 84 for 2. Last ball of the over. 3 runs from it. Levick tosses this one up to Mullen. Half appeal for LBW. Not sure if that came off bat or pad. That one looks like it came off pad, but maybe just going down the leg side. So end of the 24th over. See a cursor come onto the screen. I'll come onto the big screen. Under 84 for 2. Wild run rate now above 8 and over. 8.1 runs per over needed for the Thunder. Currently going at 3.5. They need to double it and some. 211 more for the Thunder to win. And we are going to see a change in the bowling, but it won't be Lindsay Smith, it will be Holly Armitage. Interesting choice, given Smith hasn't bowled too many overs so far. The skipper done alright with the ball this season. Yet to take a wicket in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy, but has taken a few wickets in the T20 Cup. Right arm leg spin by Armitage. Starts with a good ball, just back of a length, punched into the offside by Smith yet again at short extra cover. Armitage in again from the Finchlin, bowls to Boyce, left alone outside the off stump. Boyce sort of pleading with the umpire to give that a wide, but no, that was just inside those blue tram lines. Good decision by umpire Adnan. Armitage in now to bowl to Boyce, defence into the offside, still searching for that single she needs to reach that half century. Got Graham out at long off, Hopkins out at deep cover, Dobson and Langston at deep square leg and deep mid wicket. Armitage, short ball pulled away and dropped by Telford. I think that is a short mid wicket. Boyce has a life on 49. It was there to be put away. He was eyeing up that 50 and Telford was eyeing up the catch, but didn't quite stick in the hands of Telford. Armitage in again now to Boyce, better ball this time, cut away into the offside, and that will bring up 50 for Georgie Boyce. 50 off 84 balls, 84 minutes as well, 8 fours in that half century, her second of the Heyhoe Flint Trophy this year. Strike rate a little bit lower than she would like, 59.5, but if she stays there, then well, funny things can happen in cricket. If she gets going, then sway things a different way. Mullen forward in defence to Armitage's last ball of the over. Just a 1 run going off the 25th over, so halfway through the Thunder's innings. They're 85 for 2 in response to the Diamonds' 294 for 6. Required run rate 8.4 runs and over, currently going at 3.4. They're 43 runs behind a DLS target as well. Not that really matters unless it rains, of course, but it's just a nice sort of target to have. Sort of nice idea of where you've got to be in terms of run rate. Levitt to continue from the Lemley end, tosses this one up to Boyce, slightly shorter. Boyce rocks back and cuts it out to Dobson on the cover boundary. Patrolling that eastern side of the ground. Dobson got the east, Hopkins has got the west. Brings Mullen back on strike. She's 3 not out of 11 balls. Slight change in the field. Dobson coming back up inside the circle on the offside now. Armitage in at short extra cover for a catch. Only 2 players out on the leg side. Levick into Mullen, takes a couple steps down the pitch. Just knocks it back to the bowler. Levick 1 for 14 so far into her 5th over. Bowls now to Mullen. Cuts this out to Dobson out there at cover point. Run rate now 8.5 runs and over. Levick into Mullen, takes a couple steps down, clips this one out to mid-on. There's almost a mix-up there. Mullen was halfway down the track before Boyce even started running there, but get through safely for the single. Mullen moves to 4. Thunder 87 for 2. Dobson goes back out on the deep cover boundary for Boyce. Telford out at long off as well. Levick to Boyce, cut away, slightly off the edge of Boyce's bat. Callis in chase, and she should win the race between the ball and the boundary. Flicks it back inside the boundary. Good fielding by Callis. They'll come through for 3, so run saved by Stair Callis. Take the Thunder to 90. Boyce on to 54. Same field this time for Mullen, tossed up by Levick. Not a timed sweep shot by Daisy Mullen. Heath has to run back, take the glove off and throw into Armitage, who's at the stumps. And a leg by to end the over, so Mullen stays on 4. The Thunder move to 91 for 2 after 26 overs. Shouts from the crowd of "come on Levick" or something along those lines. Armitage to continue from the Finkel end. Hopkins moving back up inside the 25-yard circle. Campbell going back out on the boundary at long on. Got Langston out at deep mid wicket. Dobson at deep square. No fine leg for Armitage. He bowls to Mullen, tossed up, and Mullen clubs this one back past the bowler. Goes out to Campbell. Go through 4, a single. Mullen to 5. Thunder 92 for 2. Armitage into Boyce, slightly shorter. Boyce looks to cut, gets an inside edge. Who trickles away into the onside. Heath does the fielding. Another dot for Armitage. There's 2 runs conceded off her 8 balls that she bowled so far. Armitage in again now to Boyce. Flicks his one away behind square on the onside, and Heath was giving chase for that, but Dobson has to run round almost a quarter of the ground to stop that one. Go through 4, a couple of runs. Boyce moves to 56. Thunder 1 hit away from their 100, 94 for 2. Halfway through the 27th over. To doing again now to Boyce. Looks to cut this one away, but doesn't get all of it. Comes back down the ground to Graham at long off. Another run for Boyce. 57 for her. Under 95 for 2. Barely see the St George's Cross now over at Lumley Castle. Breeze has just died down a little bit. Now it's to Mullen. Takes a couple steps down the pitch. Now just fires it back into Best Heath. There was a run out. Really going to happen. Sometimes she's just showing who's boss to Mullen, who's making a Heyhoe Flint Trophy debut. She's maybe just looking for a run out there of Boyce at the non-striker's end. Advantage in again to Mullen. Pulls this one away into the leg side. Langston's running around to try and stop it. She does a good sliding save out there in front of the groundsman chairs. Not that there's anyone sitting on them. Armitage is unhappy with Mullen there, just flicking the ball back onto the stumps. Mullen to 6. Boyce 57 not out. Under 96 for 2. Quite sure why Armitage is so worked up about Mullen in that over. Gonna have a change of bowling from the Lumley end. Enough of Katie Levick for now. 1 for 18 off her 5 overs, bowled superbly. And time for another economical bowler at the Lumley end. Beth Langston to continue her spell. 0 for 9 off her 5 overs to kick things off from the Finkel end. 2 maidens in those 5 overs as well. Under 96 for 2. 27 overs gone. They still need another 199 runs in 23 overs. So a bit of a tall order for them at the moment. Run rate up to 8.7 and over. Langston from the Lumley end this time. Bowls to Mullen, who drives out to Armitage at short extra cover. No run to start Langston's 6th over. Good to see over 200 of you tuning in. Good to see probably a couple hundred people in the ground maybe at the Riverside. Langston right arm over to Mullen. Clips this one out to Smith at mid wicket. Another dot ball for Beth Langston. Making herself for the all-rounder slot. Play 4 women's ODI matches between 2013 and 2014. 2 wickets, average of 47 in those games. Langston into Mullen, slightly shorter again. Another one that keeps low. Mullen shaping enough to play that off the back foot. That ball just whizzing past the off stump into the gloves of Bess Heath. Langston, a few jogs on the swap before she runs in past the umpire. Bowls to Mullen, drives square. Dive of Hopkins, is it? No. Dobson there at short, extra cover. Goes back out on her boundary now. Onto the east side of the ground. Langston runs in again from the Lumley end. Bowls to Daisy Mullen. Looks to take a couple steps down. Drives out to Phoebe Graham at mid-on. Langston could be on for another maiden here. 5 dot balls in a row. Could she get her 3rd maiden? Archer's just making a couple of changes in the field. Levick coming up from deep 3rd inside the circle. Graham going out to long on. Last ball of Langston's over. Bowls to Mullen. Slower ball. Beats the edge of the bat. Goes on the bounce to Bess Heath. And it's a 3rd maiden for Beth Langston. 0 for 9 of 6 her figures. The only who's missing out from there is one in the wickets column. But she is bowled superbly today and still got 4 overs left as well. Applause from a few fans for that maiden over. Thunder 96 for 2. 28 overs gone, 22 remain, 199 more runs for the Thunder to win. Armitage to bowl her third from the Finkel end. Right arm over the wicket to Georgie Boyce. 57 will take this one club back down the ground. Phoebe Graham's out there on off boundary, moves around to her right, picks up, throws back into Armitage. Another run to Boyce. 58 for her, Thunder 97 for 2. Slight change in the field. Graham comes back up inside the ring to mid off. Campbell out at long on. Tosses this one up to Mullen. Drives on a misfield from Graham. They'll get one. They could even come back for a second here. They will do. Good running from Boyce and Mullen. The midfield from Phoebe Graham. Takes the Thunder to 99 for 2. Armitage in again now from the Finkel, slightly shorter. Mullen slog sweeps that. Will she be caught in the deep by Langston? She will. Breakthrough for the Diamonds. Mullen has gone for 8. And debut innings in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy comes to an end. 8 off 25 for Daisy Mullen. She hit it quite well, but straight into the hands of Beth Langston out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And the Thunder are 99 for 3. Armitage has her first wicket of the Heyhoe Flint Trophy tournament. She's got 1 for 9 after 2.5. And Mullen walking off for 8. Try and see who next batter is. It's Natalie Brown. Walking up to the crease. Applause for Mullen on her debut 50 over knock. And the required run rate now for the Thunder is above 9. It's 9.1 per over needed. They're currently going at 3.5. So they're going to need something special for certainly Georgie Boyce and ideally one of the next, Brown, Marshall or Jackson. They want to get their third win on the scorecard, on the table I suppose, for the RHF Trophy. Three balls left in Armitage is over. Campbell just going off the field for a second. Slater thinks she might get to by another part as sub-fielder, but Campbell's quick. Graham goes back out to long on. Campbell covering the deep cover boundary. Hopkins meanwhile has moved over to mid on. Georgie Boyce will be on strike as the two batters cross. Armitage in now to Boyce, goes back, cuts his one, beats the dive of Lindsay Smith. Will the ball run away across the outfield for 4? It will. Campbell can't quite chase that one down in time. It's another boundary for Georgie Boyce. Takes her to 62. Also takes the Thunder past the 100 mark. 100 runs in 28.4 overs. 99 minutes of batting, an hour and 40 minutes nearly. Not longer than took the Diamonds to reach that mark. Armitage to Boyce, slightly fuller this time. Driven out to Campbell at the deep cover boundary. Another run for Boyce, takes her to 63. Thunder 104 for 3. One ball left in the over. Natalie Brown to face. Right change in the field. Mid off and mid on both inside the circle. Canis finds herself at short extra cover, not a place where she feels too often. Armitage into Brown. Brown drives and a good diving stop by Armitage. Didn't really save anything because Graham was there backing her up anyway. It's the end of a 29th over. 8 runs from it, but crucially the wicket of Daisy Mullen. Armitage has figures of 1 for 14 from her 3 overs. will be Langston to continue from the Lumley end. 6 overs, 3 maidens. No wickets, but only 9 runs have been conceded off her bowling. Conning rate of 1.5. Quite exceptional bowling so far from Langston. Running in now from the Lumley end. Bowls to Boyce, slightly shorter. Boyce cuts into the offside. Doesn't quite get all of it. Dobson out in front of North East Terrace. Throws into Heath, and they come through for another single. Boyce to 64. 105 for 3. 190 more runs required for the Thunder. It's 21 overs for them to get them. Langston in again now. Bowls to Brown, slightly shorter. Beats the edge of the bat and oohs and ahs from some of the players. Only Campbell down down at long leg. Langston begins to run again from the Lumley end. Bowls to Brown and guides this one down to Levick, patrolling the deep third boundary as she usually does. Brown's off the mark with just a single. Thunder move to 106 for 3. Target below 190 now. Halfway through 30th over. Natalie Brown 44 runs. This is RHF Trophy. Average of 8.8, exactly the same as Rachael. Back in defence goes Boyce, to a straight ball from Langston. Ball goes out to Armitage at short extra cover. Another dot ball. It's like Brown and Rachael have the same stats. They do. 5 matches, 5 innings, 44 runs. Average of 8.8, and even the same high score of 31. Only slight difference is their strike rates. Brown slightly lower. Langston into Boyce. Boyce drives with the offside. Dobson once again doing the fielding out on the offside boundary. 3 runs off the over so far from Langston. 1 ball remaining. 0 for 12 to their 7th over. 3 maidens. Getting the ball to move away from batters early on. Langston into Brown. Brown drives, but only find Armitage at short extra cover. Another good over from Beth Langston. Just 3 runs conceded. The Thunder 107 for 3. That becomes a bit like a T20 game. 188 runs off 20 overs. Haven't seen too many scores in Charlotte Edwards T20 Cup go to 188, if any, in fact. They're going to need someone to go big and go quick if the Thunder want to try and win this game. Required run rate now up to 9.4 runs and over. Current run rate around 3.6. Lindsay Smith just doing a few windmills, getting warm. Do well to get warm up there. It's freezing still here at Chester Street. Even with jumper on and a jacket, still cold. Armitage to Boyce. Boyce drives back down the ground. Graham runs in from long off. Another run to the total. 107. 108 for 3, sorry. Boyce on to 66. Hopkins goes back out on the deep cover boundary. Armitage in again to Brown, who drives, just a small sort of nudge into the offside. Callister's the fielding at point. Another dot ball. Armitage and again to Brown, and almost a caught and pole chance for Armitage. Sticks the hand out but just misses it. Ball goes to Graham at mid-off, so still a dot ball. But almost a chance for Armitage. Loses a towel in the process. Turning Graham can now go back out on the long off boundary in front of the media centre. Armitage right up over to Brown, defends this one back up the pitch. Another good over from Armitage so far. 3 dot balls, just the 1 run. Armitage right time over from the Finkelin, bowls to Brown, who drives this one out into the offside. Finds Smith though, extra cover. There's no run. Going into this game, Armitage economy rate 7.25, well below that at the moment, 3.9. Slightly shorter this time by Armitage, dinked into the offside. Smith runs round to her left, picks up fields, and a good over from Holly Armitage. 1 for 15 from her 4 overs, 31 overs gone. Here at the Emirates Riverside, Thunder 108 for 3. Chasing down 295 required for victory. I think most of the players and staff have now gone back inside the dressing room, probably because it is Baltic out here. I know I've said it already, I've said how many times it is just freezing cold here at Chesterfield Street, but well, it just is cold, isn't it? Change of bowling from the Lumley, just a couple of overs for Beth Langston. Lindsay Smith returns, 0-15 off her 5 overs. 19 overs remaining in the Thunder's innings, 187 required to win. Players out on the boundary. Dobson at deep cover, Telford long on. Looks like Phoebe Graham long on, Rachael Hopkins at deep middle wicket. Everyone else inside the circle. Smith left arm round the wicket to Boyce, who cuts, but it's a bit too much bat on it. Goes out to Langston. Short extra cover. Smith in again from the Lumley and fires this one into Boyce. Looks a drive. Slightly on the up. Goes out to Langston once again. Another dot ball for Smith. Current rate of under 3 runs per over so far this innings. Smith left arm round the wicket. Drives but slightly edgy and uppish from Brown. Goes out to Dobson on the offside boundary once again. Another run to Boyce. Takes her to 67. Thunder 109 for 3. 186 more runs needed. Required run rate now above 10 and over. 10.1 for the Thunder. Graham and Campbell going out on the boundary for Brown. Excuse me. Smith left arm round to Natalie Brown. Tries one into the offside. Once again, Langston fields the ball for I think the 3rd time this over. The Diamond staff making their way round boundary edge. Smith into Brown, it's like bottom edge. It goes through to Heath behind the stumps. Another dot ball for Smith, her 4th of the over. Just the 1 run from Smith's over so far. Last ball, 32nd over. Smith into Brown, clips this one into the leg side. Armitage fields at short mid wicket, and another excellent over from Lindsay Smith. Just the single from it, 0 for 16. From her 6 overs, the Thunder find themselves 109 for 3 after 32 overs. 18 overs left, an hour or so of play. They're 60 runs behind Duckworth Lewis score. Still need 186 to win. Required run rate 10.3. Currently going at 3.4. Armitage will bowl her 5th over from the Finkland. 115 her figures so far. Phoebe Graham out on the boundary, pretty much surrounded by Diamond's coaching and staff. Armitage tosses this one up to Georgie Boyce, and is caught by Telford at short mid wicket as well. Bad balls get wickets sometimes, and Armitage will concede that wasn't the best ball she's bowled today, but It's the big wickets of Boyce as well. She goes for 67, played really well, did Georgie Boyce. But she was dropped earlier on by Telford on 49. Telford makes amends a few runs later. Boyce has to go for 67. Caught by Telford off the bowling of Armitage, who gets a second wicket. 100 ball face, just under 2 hours of batting for Georgie Boyce. Played really, really well. Walks off to warm applause from this Durham crowd. Armitage now 2 for 15 of 4.1 overs. It's a new batter, Laura Marshall, makes her way out to the crease. Joined Natalie Brown, who's been out there for 12 balls, scored just the 1 run. Laura Marshall, 47 runs. This year's RHF Trophy, average of 9.4. High score of 32, strike rate of 58. Well, going to need to double those figures and some, really, if she wants to see her side home today. If under 109 for 4 now, it's the 33rd over. 186 more runs still required for victory. A few more beanies starting to appear around the ground. I should have brought mine now, it's chuffing freezing. To be polite. Tell I'm not a northerner, can't you? Armitage balls to Marshall. This one again tossed up, another low fall toss. Marshall drives out to Graham, out long on. Marshall off the mark, first ball. 110 for 4. Couple steps then into a run. Brown defends into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single. Just can't quite get there in time. There's a pill for run out. Not out by umpire Robertson. Good running between Brown and Marshall. Just trying to manoeuvre the field. Those quick singles get themselves sort of going again, really. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Applause and cheering from some spectators on to our left hand side. Armitage to Marshall. Marshall drives straight and appeal for LBW and is given. Armitage managed to get a finger on it, and Natalie Brown has to go in the most unfortunate of ways. Run out at the non-striker's end. Marshall drove it straight back to Armitage. He got just a flick of a finger on it. And Brown was caught short. And the 5th wicket falls and Nelson strikes once again. We saw it on Friday a couple times. And that's Nelson's 3rd for the weekend. Well, what a way to go for Natalie Brown. Made just the 2 runs off 13 balls. Well, that's probably the worst way to get out. Run out at the non-striker's end. After the bowler just got a little touch on it. And the ball crashes into the stumps. Sad end for Natalie Brown. Brings out Laura Jackson to the crease. For some reason I've got down in my notes a number 44. She's not, she's 22. I don't know where I got 44 from. Just quickly change that. See, no one noticed. 2 balls left in this. Armitage over already 2 wickets in it. And Armitage bowls to Marshall. Clips this one out to Telford. A slight misfield. Phoebe Graham runs in from long on to pick up and throw back into Armitage. 112 for 5, so they're off Nelson. I'll be delighted to hear. Armitage 2 for 18. 1 ball left of her 5th over. Right arm over the wicket she goes to Jackson, plays one back up the pitch. Another excellent over from Holly Armitage. The wicket, the run out, and just 3 runs coming off at the required run rate now, creeping up towards 11. It's 10.8 needed for the Thunder. 183 more runs to win, 17 overs in which to get them. Just 5 wickets for the Diamonds to take as well. Don't need to take all 5. Just need to keep the Thunder to below 294, which looks a thing, well, easily look like doing at the moment. Unless Marshall or Jackson just completely goes berserk and knocks off a 60-ball century or something like that. Never know, could happen. Cricket's a silly game. Smith to continue from the Lumley end, bowls left arm round to Laura Marshall, who drives out into the onside. Armitage fields at short mid wicket. Another dot ball for Smith, 0 for 16 her figures. In again now, left arm round to Marshall, punches one off the back foot up to Smith. He had to take a wicket. Took 5 for 34, a career best just a couple of days ago against the Storm. Here she is again now, bowls to Marshall, drives into the offside. Langston at short extra cover. A few more spectators making their way around towards the health centre. Decent seats there, no shelter though. Marshall clips this one off the back foot. Once again, Armitage runs round rather. Pick that one up, save a single. 4 dot balls in the over. Smith in again now from the Lumley end, tosses this one up. Marshall drives but straight back to Lindsay Smith, and that looks like it's hurt her, but seems to be okay at the moment. I'm saying that, I don't know if she is actually. She's clutching her hand. I think that's hit her bowling hand as well, her left hand, but it seems to be okay for now. Or is she? Are they going to call for physio or someone, or is she going to soldier on? Looks like she's going to soldier on. A hand or a knee, I'm not quite sure which at the moment, but she's good to go again. Left arm round the wicket to Marshall, once again tosses one up and once again has to do the fielding herself. It's a second maiden of the innings for Lindsay Smith, 0 for 16 off 7 overs, economy rate of just 2.3, and the required run rate for the Thunder now well above 11, 11.4 runs per over required, currently going at 3.3. So it's getting close to quadruple territory for the Thunder. They're 112 for 5. Cheers from some of the fans over to our left. Armitage will continue, bowl her 6th over from the Finkel end. Clouds just getting a little bit darker now, but hopefully no sign of rain anytime soon. Armitage to Jackson, drives out to Campbell at mid-off. Another dot ball. I'd like to see the dot ball percentage of this Thunder innings, or even the last 10 overs or so. Armitage in again to Jackson, clips this one out into the leg side. They'll get one, they should come back for second. It sort of landed in no man's land, this ball. Dobson has to run all the way round for a deep square leg, sort of a short fine leg. Sprint in about 40 metres or so. Have a couple runs for Jackson, gets her off the mark for the 3rd ball, under 114 for 5. Archer's in again to Jackson, tosses this one up. Almost Yorker length that one from Armitage. Jackson digs it out, drives to Lindsay Smith. Armitage right arm over from the Finkland, bowls to Laura Jackson, drives back up the pitch to the bowler. Another tidy over so far from Armitage, 2 for 20, 5.4 overs. In again now to Jackson, a low forward toss, driven out to Campbell once again at mid-off. Score stays 114 for 5, 1 ball left in the 35th over. Time coming up to 25 to 5. Try to work that into the leg side. Good Jackson will be given leg byes. So a run to end the over. Thunder 115 for 5. Armitage figures of 2 for 20 off 6 overs. Over just 3.3. Required run rate now 12 and over. 2 runs per ball required for the Thunder. 180 runs to win in 15 overs. Looking increasingly unlikely. Smith to bowl her 8th over. Chat from Armitage, just deciding where she wants her fielders. Telling Dobson to stay out on the boundary. For Jackson, 2 not out off 7 balls. Marshall 2 off 9 at the other end. Long on deep mid wicket, deep square leg, all out on the boundary. Smith left arm round the wicket to Jackson. Patches this into the onside. Armitage does the fielding at mid wicket. Smith in again now between the stumps and the umpire. Balls to Jackson, takes a couple steps down. Smith fields off her own bowling once again. Excellent stuff from Lindsay Smith. So it's getting quite dark out there now. Floodlights proving very helpful. Smith in to Jackson. Tries to cut this one away through the offside. Again, doesn't get hold of it. Goes out to Langston at short extra cover. Someone's walking his dog round the north-east stand. Thought he was wearing shorts for a second, but he's not. Jackson cuts this one away into the offside. Langston runs round to a left. Another dot ball, a 4th dot ball of the over for Lindsay Smith. Last over was a maiden. Can she back it up with another maiden over this time round? The wind just blowing my papers around a bit. Down the wicket comes Jackson, drives straight. It's like misfield from Ella Telford, but saves a couple runs. Think about a second, but can't quite see who that is out on the boundary. Phoebe Graham, I think that is, at long on. Does the fielding, restricts it to just the one run. The yellow jacket spectators have made their way sort of halfway round the ground now. They're in the pavilion. Sweep attempted by Laura Marshall. Goes out to Graham at long on. Have a run to finish off the over. Just the 2 runs from the 36th over. Smith's 8 overs, conceded 18 runs. 2 maidens yet to take a wicket. Which has been very economical, just 2.3 runs per over. Required run rate just going up by huge amounts now, 12.7 now required for the Thunder. 170 for 5 is the score, 178 needed from just 14 overs, not one left in this game. Armitage to continue from the Finchlin to bowl her 7th over. 2 for 20 so far for the Diamonds captain. Taken 33 wickets in her List A career, average 20.3. Tosses this one up to Marshall, who sweeps out to Dobson on the deep square leg boundary. Another run for Marshall, takes her to 4 off 11. Thunder 118 for 5. Armitage best of 4 for 17. Got me a 4.76, which is well under that at the moment. In again now, this one a bit flat, a bit shorter by Armitage. Played into the offside by Jackson. Another dot ball. 3 not out off 13, and at this point, required run rate now up to 13 runs and over. Not much the Thunder can do, then just really go for it at the moment. I don't think there's much point just dotting it around trying to get singles. There's a top edge and goes into the offside. Callis does the fielding. Bit of turn for Archie. Just have a look back on the stream. Just a hint going down the leg side. Just looking to work it into the onside leading edge. Down the wicket comes Jackson, and there we go. That's what I was on about. Plays it over the head of Graham at mid-off. It goes away for 4, the first 4 in quite some time. Goes down towards the Finkel end of the ground. Jackson gets her first boundary. Takes her up to 7 off 15 balls. Thunder 122 for 5. Thunder need more of that from Laura Jackson if they want to win this game. It's 13 runs and over still required for the visiting side. Graham just hovering on that 25-yard circle. Armitage in again from the Finkel end. Down the wicket comes Jackson. Drives back up the pitch. Armitage fields off her own bowling. 5 runs off the over so far. 1 ball left. Graham going back out to the long on boundary. Dobson coming in to square leg. Langston still out underneath the scoreboard at cow corner. Armitage to Jackson. Clips this one out to Langston. Sprinting in from the boundary to try and prevent a second, which he does. And if that scoreboard is right, then, well, it's time for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second one of my career. Lovely stuff. Jackson 8 not out of 17. Laura Marshall 4 off 11. Armitage figures of 2 for 26. 7 overs for Armitage. 8 overs for Smith. 0 for 18. I'm going to have a change of bowling. It looks like it. Ella Telford is going to come back on from the Lumley end. Bit expensive at the start. Interesting bowling change. And there are 13 overs left. Ella Telford 0 for 21 off 3 overs during the power play. 7 and over. A little bit expensive. Maybe Armitage wanted to save Smith so things do get out of control a little bit. Save her towards the end. Telford right arm over from the Lumley end. Bowls to Jackson, who cuts this one out, but straight to Callis at backward point on the bounce. Another dot ball. That seems to be the story of Telford's bowling today. Slightly short, slightly wide as well. It's been pulled a couple times to the leg side boundary. Boyce earlier on tried to get a couple cut shots away through the offside. Just found the fielders on, well, several occasions really. Telford in again to Jackson. Cut away in front of square this time. Callis can't get there. Dobson's running round to her left. They will come through for a second. Good fielding by Dobson nonetheless. Jackson moves to double figures. 10 off 19. Thunder 125 for 5. Wide run rate still above 13. 13.4 and over. 170 needed. Telford in past the umpire. Lumley end, cut away again, slightly short from Telford. Just a single this time, out to Dobson. Another run for Jackson, takes her to 11. 1, 2, 6 for 5. Out to just moving Campbell round in front of square. This time moving Graham round a little bit to sort of a 45-degree angle at fine leg. Short again from Telford, driven off the back foot, straight up to mid-off. For Langston, I think that is. Dot ball for Telford, 3 runs off 4 balls so far. Running in again from the Lumley end. Right arm over bowls to Marshall, drives. It's squarer than she was aiming for. Dobson once again doing the fielding out there on the eastern side of the ground. Marshall moves to 5. Under 127 for 5. 73 balls remaining, 168 runs for the Thunder to win. Telford right arm over. Jackson drives up to Langston at mid-off, has a shy at the stumps, misses. Smith backs it up well, prevents any overthrows. Another run for Jackson, 12 off 21. Thunder 128 for 5. 5 runs off the over from Telford. She's 0 for 26 off 4. Will Armitage continue from the Finkel end? It looks like it, giving a cap to Butler, I think, the 12th player. Graham just making her way back out to the long on boundary in front of the media centre. Hopkins still patrolling that deep cover boundary here on the west side of the ground. Dobson still out onto the northeast terrace. Artage into Jackson, and just wants to change her field again now. Just noticed as she was running in that something wasn't quite right. Dobson back inside the ring, square leg. Campbell going out to the long off boundary. Armitage to Jackson, is skewed up in the air through the offside. Just another single to Jackson. Hopkins doing the fielding. Jackson to 13, under 129 for 5. Required run rate 14 runs per over now. Currently going at 3.4. Armitage to Marshall. Punches this off the back foot into the offside. Smith runs round to her right. Saves what would have been just a single. Armitage in again to Laura Marshall. Aims to come down the track slightly shorter. Marshall pulls into the leg side. They'll sprint through for one. Will they come back for the second? Marshall wants it. Throw goes to the wrong end. A fumble from Bessieff as well allows them to come back for the second. Marshall moves to 7th under 131 sorry, for 5. After the Diamonds coaches are maybe getting a little bit cold. James Carr sprinting up the steps. Isaac Lingwall with his hands up as well. Armitage to Marshall, drives this one through the offside. Campbell's there at long off. Another run to the score. 132 for 5. Marshall moves to 8. Armitage into Jackson, comes down the wicket, drives out once again to Campbell, picks it cleanly, throws back into Armitage. Another run to the score. 133 for 5 now the Thunder. Jackson on to 14. 5 runs off the over, 1 ball remaining. The 39th over. Armitage right arm over to Marshall, shapes to come down the wicket, clips it into the leg side. Dobson once again doing the work out there on the leg side boundary. End of the over for Armitage. 232 her figures off 8 overs. Marshall 9 not out of 17. Jackson 14 off 23. Thunder 134 for 5. Required run rate 14.6. 161 to win off 66 balls. He's just going to have a little drink. So that gives me time to have a look at the scores elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and the County Championship. Southeast Stars bowled out for 114 against the Central Sparks. Sparks currently 3rd, although they'll go top now provisionally on 21 points, maybe even 22 points with a bonus point. Southeast Stars currently in 4th. Lightning bowled out for 166 over at Bristol against the Western Storm. The Storm will now jump the Thunder at this point. They'll go on to 8 points, just 1 point behind the Lightning. They'll move up to 6th provisionally again, and Sunrisers 273 for 4, chasing down 310 to win over at Chelmsford. They need 37 runs and 29 balls to win that match. Fran Wilson's 47 not out of 41 balls. Could there be a huge upset on the cards? Vipers currently sitting top of the table on 19 points. Telford continues from the Lumley end, bowls to Marshall, shorter and cut away off the edge this time. Levick's running round from deep third, can't cut it off. Be a 4 for Laura Marshall, takes her into double figures. She's 13 not out now off 18. And the Thunder need a few more of those if they want to try and get back in this contest. They're 138 for 5. 157 runs still required from 65 balls. Wide run rate 14.5. Also in that Vipers versus Sunrise match, Cordelia Griffith 91 off 82. Alice McLeod 79 off 90. Grace Grudden's 30 off 53. Earlier on, Georgia Elwes 112 not out for the Vipers. Very big roll in that for 109 for 9. Marshall drives back up the pitch. Off Telford, who fields off her own bowling. Another dot ball for Telford, 0 for 30. A figure slightly expensive today. Perhaps slightly too short as well. The bat's just been able to get on the back foot, cut it away, pull it away as well. Try and get them on the front foot. Telford into Marshall, who does get them on the front foot, but too wide this time. Will be given a wide by umpire Ibbotson. Another run to the score, 139 for 5. Time just coming up to 10 to 5 in the evening. Telford running in, bowls to Marshall again, slightly short, clipped away into the onside. Campbell up there at square leg, picks up, throws into Heath. Another run for Marshall, takes her to 14 off 20. Jackson also on 14 off 23 balls though. 140 for 5. Telford in again to Jackson, clipped away, fine. Phoebe Graham sprinting in from the fine leg boundary. Jackson thinks about the second but sees Graham's got the ball in her hands. Throws into Heath and another run for Jackson, 141 for 5. 154 more runs required. 62 balls in which to get them. 14.9 they're required right now. Current rate at 3.6. Telford to Marshall. Fuller. Marshall drives straight. It will beat both mid-off and mid-on. It goes away for 4. Another boundary for Marshall. She moves to 18. Thunder 145 for 5 and an expensive over now for Telford. 11 runs from it. Still 1 ball to go in the 40th over. Target now down to 150. Required run rate still going up though, 14.8. Telford to bowl the last ball of the over into Marshall. Pulls this away into the leg side. It's going to be a good chase for Campbell. She can't get that. Goes away for 4 to deep square leg. And another boundary, the third of the over. And not the over that Telford would have wanted. 15 runs coming off at the Thunder. 149 for 5 after 40 overs. Telford 0 for 51 or 5. Maybe Armitage having a look around, say who else has got to bowl. There's 10 overs left. Smith's still got 2. Armitage herself has got 2. Langston's still got 2 or 3 left to go as well. Phoebe Graham's got 3 left as well. 1 for 26 off their 7 overs. Bowled extremely well, Phoebe Graham. After a poor day out on Friday against the Storm, coming back well here against the big rivals, the Thunder. 149 for 5. Graham running in from the thin clen. Right arm over to Jackson, who straight drives it, but only to Armitage at mid-off, who has a little tumble as well. Not quite sure what's going on there. Has a laugh to herself as well. The players having a little chuckle as well. So come on, Phoebe, from some of the players. Graham in again from the Finclair. Bowls to Laura Jackson. Drives through the offside. Gets behind point. It's a race between Levick and Callis. Down in sort of back of point further. He brings up the Thunder's 150. 150 in 2 hours and 19 minutes of batting. 40.2 overs gone. They've only just got over halfway to their target. 145 still needed for the Thunder. Less than 10 overs to get them. Graham bowls to Marshall. Pulls this away. Pulls this straight. Good diving stop from Armitage on the edge of the boundary circle. Applause from the crowd and coaching staff. Saves a certain boundary. Ollie Armitage. Another run to Marshall, 23 off 23 now. Trying to pick up the rate. 15.2 runs required per over. Graham to Jackson. Appeal for LBW. Given not out by umpire Adnan. He's just shaping down the leg side. Just have another look on the stream. Yeah, definitely going down the leg side. That one, it's just in front of leg stump, going down leg side with the angle as well. Graham up to the stumps now, bowls to Jackson, who straight drives once again. Gets it straight enough, mid on or mid off, can't get there. Goes into the advertising hoardings in front of the media centre here at the Riverside. Jackson moves into the 20s now, 155 for 5 is the score. And is this a time where the Thunder start to get going, or is it too little too late? Run rate's now picked up to 3.8. Was hovering around 3.3 just a few overs ago, but the required rate 15.3. Graham in again to Jackson. Another appeal for LBW, definitely going down the leg side this time. That's the end of the 41st over. 6 runs coming off it. Graham 1 for 32 off 8. Thunder 155 for 5. 140 runs required from 9 overs. 54 balls, 140 runs. A couple of birds just fly over the riverside. A couple more having a dance with each other as well. Camera can't pick that up, unfortunately. Will be Katie Levick, who's bowled just the 5 overs so far today, 1 for 18. Could even bowl out with 9 overs remaining. Well, not quite bowl out till the end at least. Levick, leg spinner, bowls to Marshall, looks to heave it down the ground, just lands short of Levick, so not caught and bowled chance. Advantage runs round to pick up, just a single to Marshall, 24 off 24. Under 156 for 5. 139 still to win. Levick to Jackson, takes a couple steps down, drives into the vacant mid-on region. Lindsay Smith gives chase. Saves a bit for Langston from running in from the boundary. Well, doesn't really save, but Langston was running in anyway. Another run for Jackson, 21, 157 for 5. Levick in again. So Marshall cuts this one out into the offside, and a slight miscommunication between Dobson and Callis allows them to come through for a single, or just ricocheting off Dobson's foot or leg perhaps. Marshall to 27. 26 rather. Jackson just plays this one behind square on the offside. Callis does the fielding. Through as quick does Katie Levick, just 2 balls left in the 42nd. Right arm over the wicket to Jackson, advances down the crease, clips one out to Lindsay Smith at mid wicket. Levick in again from the Lumley end. Short ball cut away, but straight to Stair Callis at backward point. It's the end of the 42nd over, just 4 runs coming off it. Levick's figures of 1 for 22 off 6 overs. Laura Marshall 26 off 28. Laura Jackson 21 off 30. Under 159 for 5. Required run rate creeping up to 3 runs a ball, currently sitting at 17. 136 needed rather. 8 overs. Just tip back over to 137. Need of 158 for 5. Not quite sure what's happened there. Phoebe Graham to bowl her 9th over from the Finkel end. Right arm over to Laura Marshall. Marshall drives out into the offside. Hopkins is there as cover. Throws back in to Bess Heath. Another run for Marshall, 26 for her. Brings Jackson back on strike. 21 off 33. 159 for 5. Graham past the umpire again. Bowls to Jackson, a Yorker, and a appeal for something. Caught behind leg before wicket. Not quite sure. Whatever it is, it's not out. Have another look on the stream, and they're appealing for LBW, but pitched outside the leg stump. The looks of things anyway on my screen. Graham in again from the Finkel end. Bowls a slower ball this time to Jackson. Drives out to Armitage at long on. Another run for Jackson, 22. Under 160 for 5, still 135 runs needed. It's 45 runs to get them though. 45 runs, 45 balls. Time 6 overs to 5 o'clock. Graham, another slower ball this time to Marshall. Drives, beats Amy Campbell at mid-off. Another boundary for Laura Marshall, takes her into the 30s. Cheers from maybe some Thunder fans somewhere in the crowd over to our left. 50 partnership as well between these two. Marshall 29, Jackson 22 of those. And more cheers from the crowd in 60 balls as well, so a decent rate. But when you're acquiring 17.9 runs an over, or 60 balls is not that great a rate. 6 runs off the over so far, 2 balls left. Graham bowls right arm over, slightly shorter this time. Marshall clips out to Dobson, patrolling in that square leg boundary. Another run for Marshall, 31 off 28 for her, under 165 for 5. Jackson's 22 or 35. Something needs to click here for Jackson. Clips into the leg side. Langston does the fielding at short mid wickets, end of the 43rd over. Phoebe Graham 9 overs, 1 for 39. And required run rate is now above 3 runs per ball. 18.6 needed for the Thunder, currently 3.8. 7 overs left, another half an hour or so left in this game. 130 runs required to win.
And that's 50 partnership between Laura Marshall and Laura Jackson. Done up in 60 balls.
Pause for a 50 partnership between these two batters. Levick to continue from the Lumley end, bowling his 7th over. Right over the wicket to Marshall, and off the outside edge of the bat, ball goes out to Telford at short third. Another run to Marshall, 32 off 29. 166 for 5. Levick in from the Lumley end. Jackson gets a couple steps down, but can't do anything with it. Defends it back up the track to Katie Levick. Long off out on the boundary, long on, deep mid wicket, square leg. Levick in again to Jackson, advances and Boulder, leg stump gone. That's the breakthrough that the Diamonds wanted. And Levick picks up her 2nd wicket. She got 2 for 22. And Laura Jackson just trying to accelerate things, try and make something of this game. Has to go for 22. Leg stump taken out of the ground by Katie Levick. Jackson goes for 22 off 38. Just over half an hour at the crease. Alice Dyson makes her way down the steps of Don Robson Pavilion. Makes her way out onto the field of play. Laura Jackson immediately asking for a training jacket or something, training hoodie, something, trying to keep her warm. It's absolutely freezing out here still. I know, not shut up about it all afternoon. It is bitterly cold, and not one player is wearing a jumper, which is very impressive. Thunder 166 for 6, 129 needed from 39 balls. Katie Levick's bowled 6.5 overs, 2 for 22. And I need a miracle now from Dyson or from Marshall. Shouts have come on Diamonds from the stand. Seem to be here last few games for the Diamonds, that chap. Levick bowls to Dyson, defends one into the onside. Smith jogs in, picks up, throws back to Levick. Ready to bowl again now, right arm over the wicket from the Lumley end. Ward in defence once again. Smith fields for the second time in a row. Just Dyson's second game in this year's RHF Trophy, 6 runs, scored in the previous outing. Forward in defence into the offside, Telford Fields. And it's the end of a hugely successful over from Phoebe Graham, just the 1 run. And the wickets of Laura Jackson as well. 1 for 39 are her figures after 9 overs, so she'll bowl 1 more. That's Graham's figures rather not Levick. Levick 2 for 22 off 7. My apologies. Graham's last over will be bowled now from the Finkel end. Armitage going out to a long on boundary. Graham running in from the Finkel end. Past the umpire now, bowls to Laura Marshall, who drives through the offside, doesn't get all of it. Ball trickles out to Rachael Hopkins, deep cover sweeper. Another run for Marshall, takes her to 33 off 30 balls, I think that is. Under 167 for 6. Armitage up inside the circle now. Still 4 players out on the boundary though. Dobson at deep square leg, Telford at fine leg, Levick at third, Hopkins at deep cover, Graham in again now to Dyson, aims to drive. Another one that keeps a little bit low. Taken well low down by Bess Heath. Need to just go for broke really at this stage. 22.6 runs required for the fun. They're just hit and hope things really. Should be going up now. Phoebe Graham bowls to Dyson. A square drive out to Sarah Callis, ever present in that point position. 1 run off first half of Graham's final over. Figures of 1 for 40. Graham in again now to Alice Dyson bowls. Dyson drives out to Lindsay Smith at short extra cover. Again, another dot ball. The Diamonds fielding and bowling has been top notch today. Arguably best bowling and fielding performance of the year. And that award could go to Friday's performance against the Storm. Graham in again now. Dyson drives off the edge, goes down to Levick at deep third. Dyson's off the mark for 7th ball, under 168 for 6. Required run rate 24.6. So 4 runs a ball now. 4 boundaries, well 6 boundaries and over really. 127 needed, 31 balls. Graham into Marshall. Marshall drives straight. Graham gets a hand on it, but Campbell's there to back her up at mid-off. It's the end of the 45th over. And Phoebe Graham has finished with very respectable figures of 1 for 41 off her allotted 10 overs. The Thunder find themselves 168 for 6 after 45 overs. 127 runs needed, 5 overs to get them. 25.4 is the required rate, and it's very much too little too late for the Thunder. Levick will bowl her 8th over from the Lumley end. Right arm over to Dyson, she has to cut this one into the offside. Callis fields once again at point. Levick in again to Dyson, tossed up and Pilfer LBW, but only from Stair Callis, so not the best judge of an LBW if you square on. Besides the height, that one pitched well outside leg stump, probably wouldn't have hit another set, to be quite honest, looking at that back. Levick in again to Dyson, shapes to clip this one into the onside. It's pad or edge or something on it. Leg by signal by umpire Robertson. 169 for 6. Dyson still 1 off 10. .28 and over now required. Levick to Marshall. Heaves this one into the onside. Will it land safe? It will. Two fielders converging on it. And the spin just beats Beth Langston as well. Hopkins eventually throws in to the bowler's end. Another couple runs. Just a single actually for Laura Marshall. 170 for 6. Couple birds fly over our heads again. Levick to Dyson. Drives straight. Out to Langston at long on. Dyson doubles her score. Leaves her on to 2. 171 for 6. One ball left in the 46th over. Levick bowls to Marshall. Chips this one back over the bowler's head. Langston and Telford converging on it again. And a single to end the 46th over. One more to Marshall. Takes her to 35. Thunder 172 for 6. Just 4 overs left. 24 balls, 123 runs to get. Required rate now above 30. So we need a few maximums from Marshall and Dyson. To see the majority of people have stayed throughout the game, despite that rain delay that we did have. Sort of 3/4 of the way through the Diamonds innings, and it will be Lindsay Smith to bowl her last 2 overs from the Finkel end. Bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 18. So far, bowled superbly as Lindsay Smith. I'm not just saying that because she's an Oxfordshire player. Left arm round the wicket to Marshall, cuts this one away, beats the infield as well. Go away for 4 for Laura Marshall. Another boundary of 4 for Finkel. Takes her to 39 or 34. Thunder 176 for 6. Smith left arm round the wicket again from the Finkland. Punched off the back foot into the offside by Hopkins. Dot ball for Smith, 0 for 22. Really like a 1 or 2 in that wickets column. 4 balls left of the over. Dab down into the offside behind square. Levick fields at short third. Another on to Marshall, takes her on to 40. Thunder 177 for 6. Required run rate 33.7. So yeah, still possible. You never know. Smith bowls to Dyson, punches this one back up the pitch to Lindsay Smith. How much does this change by? Changed by 0.7 of a run. Goes up to 35.4. Smith into Dyson, plays into the offside. Will be a dot ball, and that mathematically makes it impossible for the Thunder to win this game. Required rate is now above 37. Last ball of the 47th over. Smith to Dyson, drives, beats the dive of Lindsay Smith, goes out to Amy Campbell at long off. Be another run to the total, 178 for 6. Dyson on to 3. There's just 3 overs left. And the required rate is 39 runs per over. Going out at 5:15. Will be Levick to bowl her 9th over from the Lumley end. Dyson defends into, I was going to say into the onside, but Levick feels off her own bowling. Top ball to start. 48th over. Levick in again. Right arm over the wicket. Dyson who smacks the one back down the ground. Will it be caught? It will. Good catch in the deep from Ella Telford, I think it is. It's not Telford, just making away up inside, so I can't quite see. This might be Holly Armitage, the captain, actually. Dyson trying to go for broke. Nothing to lose, really, at this point. Trying to hit Levick into the River Weir. Has to go for 3 off 16 balls. The Thunder lose their 7th wicket. It's 178 for 7. And Alice Dyson goes for just 3 off 16 balls, 11 minutes of batting. Strike rate of 18.8. Brings Hannah Jones out to the crease. Played all 5 games so far as Hannah Jones, 3 innings, 12 runs, average of 12, high score of 8 not out, strike rate of 40. List A career, played 26 matches. This is at the start of the season, by the way. 17 runs, average of 2.83. With a strike rate of 20, this would have changed now, of course, now that we're pretty much at the end of the season. Just the most up-to-date stats that I have. Well, we Laura Marshall on strike though. That just did cross once the ball was in the air. Levick to Marshall. Marshall cuts but finds Staircallis at point once again. Halfway through the 48th over. Still yet to concede a run. Katie Levick, the wicket from it as well. 3 for 25 her figures now. Right arm over. Marshall cuts. Finds Leah Dobson out there in the covers. Levick wheels away again from the Lumley end bowls to Marshall. Punches this one into the offside. Beats the infield actually. He'll get one. They should come back for a second. Dobson gives chase. Telford running alongside her as well. Another couple runs for Marshall. Takes her to 42 or 39. Thunder 180 for 7. Alex Hartley all padded up, ready to go in next at number 9, or number 10 rather. Jones number 9 in now. Levick bowls to Marshall. Attempted sweep, appeal for LBW given. Levick gets her 4th wicket and Laura Marshall goes for 42 off 40 balls. Started a bit slow but then got going once she realised that the rate was going up and up, but couldn't quite bring it back into contention in the end. She goes for a well-made 42 though. Easily her highest score of the season. Beats her high score by 10 runs. Nearly doubles her entire run tally for this year in the RHF Trophy. Thunder lose their 8th wicket, 188, and Alex Hartley makes her way out to the crease. Levick's got 9 overs, 4 for 27. And are we on for career best figures for Katie Levick as well? I'll just have to check that. No, not quite. Best of 6 for 25 for Katie Levick. For some reason I don't have her bowling stats for this year. A bit odd. Don't know why I haven't got that. Got a batter. You must have forgot to put in her bowling figures. Anyway, we Lindsay Smith to bowl the penultimate over from the Finkel end, 0 for 24 for her. Again, very economical, 2.7 runs per over. Players making their way back into the pavilion, bring the chairs with them as well. Smith tosses this one up. Jones works this one into the onside. Telford's there to field. Still 3 players out on the boundary for Smith as she fires this one into Jones, who slogs this away into the deep. Lines on the bounce to Armitage at long on. Another run for Jones. She's off the mark. 181 for 8. Left arm spinner to left arm spinner out. Smith to Hartley. Smith in now. Hartley drives, but Smith fields off her own bowling. I think Hartley got the Got the wicket of Smith as well, so Smith would love it if she could get Hartley out. And what will be a final over. Hartley drives once again back up the pitch to Smith. The two of them just have a little chuckle to each other as well. Left arm round the wicket again. Lindsay Smith tossed up. Driven wide of Smith this time. Hartley gets off the mark. Goes up to Campbell at long off. Another one to the score. 182 for 8. Both batters on 1. 2 runs off the over. Then last ball of Smith's spell. She's 0 for 26. What can Jones do? She leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and that's the end of a very tidy 10 overs from Lindsay Smith. 2 maidens, 0 for 26. Excellent bowling when Telford was a bit expensive earlier on. Katie Levitt just geeing up the crowd. And the required run rate is 113 runs per over. Game on. All be Katie Levitt to bowl it. Got 4 for 27. Can she pick up her 5th and maybe even her 6th in the final over of the match? The Thunder were 182 for 8. They will remain in 6th place in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy table. Hartley sweeps this one out to Hopkins down at Cow Corner. Hartley doubles her score, moves on to 2. 5 balls to go, and then I can get back in the warmth. All the fielders on the offside up, bar Armitage at long off. Levitt bowls to Jones, cuts this one into the offside. Dobson fields. Telford moves around to back her up as well. Levitt right arm over, tosses this one up to Hannah Jones, who crunches this one back past Levitt. Goes out to Langston at long on. Jones also doubles her score. On to 2, Thunder 184 for 8. 3 balls left then. What can Hartley do here? Can Levitt get her 5th wicket in fact? Right, over the wicket to Hartley. Paddle sweep this, he's got it fine. The ball is just bobbling away across the outfield. It won't go for 4. 3 fielders converging on it, including the wicketkeeper Bess Heath. Lindsay Smith has gone to the stump. There could even be a run out on here. There isn't. And the players come through for a 3rd run. Takes Hartley on to 5. That's a run ball. The Thunder 187 for 8. 2 balls left for Katie Levitt to get her 5-fer. Be Hannah Jones facing her, just 22 years of age. She heaves this one out into the leg side. Go a couple bounces out to Hopkins in the deep. So Jones will end on 3 not out. There's 1 ball remaining. The Thunder are 188 for 8. And it will be the Thunder captain Alex Hartley to face Katie Levick's last ball. Can she get her 5th wicket? Levick over the wicket. Hartley attempted paddle sweep again. Appeal for LBW. Given not out. And that concludes this match. It will be a run as well for Hartley, so she moves on to 6 not out, and the Diamonds have won. Another pretty comprehensive victory for them. They win this game by 85 runs here at the Riverside, their last home game of 2021. At the moment, they will stay 2nd in the RHF Trophy table. Have to wait and see what happens between the Vipers and the Sunrisers. Handshakes and hugs all round between the players and opposition. Standing ovation from the crowd as well, who has stayed here despite the cold, despite the rain, despite the pretty gloomy conditions, to be honest. There's a little bit of blue sky, how fitting. The team in blue are coming off to a slight bit of blue sky at the end of the day. So the Thunder finish on 189 for 8. Couldn't quite chase down the Diamonds. 294 for 6. As the players now begin to walk off, a few waves to the crowd as well. Thunder players and coaches go out to meet them. applause from the crowd as the players make their way off. Fist bumps between the Diamonds and the Thunder players. Just find the scorecard. Only three. My phone on 8% battery. I don't know where I got 85 runs from. It's 105 runs. So the Northern Diamonds put into bat by the Thunder. They made 294 for 6 in their innings. Holly Armitage was caught by Brown off the bowling of Dyson for 7. Rachel Hopkins caught Frau Coward bowled Brown for 20. Stair Callis caught Subfield bowled Hartley for 57. Leah Dobson run out Hartley for 9. Amy Campbell caught Marshall bowled Jones for 48. Bess Heath not out 78. Lindsay Smith caught Frau Coward bowled Hartley for 6. Beth Langston not out 58. Again, a superb mark, strike rate of 193 for Langston. 11 extras. Laura Jackson 0 for 59 off 10. Alice Dyson 1 for 59 off 9. Natalie Brown 1 for 55 off 8.2. Hannah Jones 1 for 54 off 10. Emma Lamb 0 for 8 off 2.4. And Alex Hartley 2 for 57 off 10 overs. So the Thunder set a target of 295, restricted to 189 for 8 by the Diamonds. Georgie Boyce batted well up top, 67 for her. She was caught by Telford off the bowling of Armitage. Seren Smell 12, caught by Heath off the bowling of Graham. Ellie Frelk held LBW Levick for 13. Daisy Mullen caught Langston and bowled Armitage for 8. Natalie Brown run out Armitage for 2. Laura Marshall LBW Levick for 42. Laura Jackson bowled Levick for 22. Alice Dyson caught Armitage bowled Levick for 3. Hannah Jones not out 3 and Alex Hartley not out 6. Bowling for the Diamonds, Langston 0 for 12 off 7 including 3 maidens. Ella Telford 0 for 41 off 5. Lindsay Smith 0 for 26 off 10 including 2 maidens. BB Graham 1 for 41 off 10. Katie Levick 4